Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Planning and Zoning public hearing for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. Our first item is Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would kindly stand, remove their caps, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, if everyone could please put their cell phones to silent. Our order of business tonight will be first I'll have a few comments regarding the intervener petition. The commission will hear from the intervener. Then the commission will hear from the applicant. We'll hear from members of the public, then members of the commission, final comments, and then we'll possibly close the public hearing. I'll ask for the reading of the notice at this time.
To be published in the Journal Inquirer, Thursday, March 3rd, 2022, South Windsor Planning and Zoning Commission. Notice is hereby given that there will be a public hearing on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 at 7 p.m. in the council chambers of the South Windsor Town Hall to consider the following. 1. Application 22-01P, 25 Talbot Lane Site Plan. Request by UW Vintage Lane 2 LLC for site plan approval for a 359,640 square foot distribution facility on 30.37 acres of property on property located at 525 407 Talbot Lane, 475 and 551 Governor's Highway, southerly side of Governor's Highway, easterly side of Talbot Lane, I zone, continued from February 8, 2022 and February 15, 2022. To view this meeting, please tune into channel 16 if your provider is Cox Cable, or go to gmedia.swagit.com/live. Copies of the application are on file in the office of the town clerk and/or planning department and online at https://www.southwindsor-ct.gov/planning department/pages/planning and zoning commission applications, and I left out a bunch of dashes. With this hearing, interested persons may be heard and written comments by the public will be received by mail or email. Persons who may require an accommodation can contact staff Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at 860-644-2511, extension 2329. Bart Pasiconis, Chairman, Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to welcome our new commissioner, alternate Carolyn Carey. Welcome to the group. All our commissioners are here tonight, so we won't be seating any alternates. Just for the crowd here, thank you for showing up tonight. We will maintain order in the chamber. There should not be any outbursts, any clapping. Save that for your ball games. To start off, I just want to ask the applicant, for the record, I'd like the applicant's view on everything that was submitted in possible previous applications, and if that should be accepted into the record as modified.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is James Connor. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Updike, Kelly & Spellacy, 225 Asylum Street, Hartford, Connecticut, and I represent the applicant, UW Vintage Lane. The applicant does not intend to move for the incorporation of any of the materials from the application it made in 2021 with regard to the same site. You know, we recognize that the commission has a certain amount of discretion if it chooses to incorporate that, but it's not something that we request on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, well, okay, we'll address that as we get into the evening. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, I am gonna, give me just a minute here. As far as the intervener's petition, we do accept, no, I have a sheet here I wanted to, of my notes. Okay. I thought I had it. That's not it. Okay, thank you. Okay, in regards to the verified petition, the acceptance of it is limited to the section 22-19A of the statutes, which are protected, are to protect the natural resources of the state. From the intervener's petition, the P&Z can only consider those claims that are reasonably impair the public trust in the natural resources of the state. Feasible and prudent alternatives, the intervener would need to meet the challenge to have to include alternatives. So at this time, for the intervener petition, there are parts that fall under the planning and zoning, some of which is the air, which is the diesel PM is considered, which is A, D, which regards air pollution, F, which has the bald eagle paragraph in it. And at this time, I'll turn to our intervener or interveners for their input for the petition. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Pasconis. Good evening to the Planning and Zoning Committee. My name is Derek Butler, 596
If you could, yeah, please speak
Governor's
into the
Highway.
microphone.
South Windsor. And in terms of the intervener petition, I understand that there are certain aspects that are accepted and many that are not, that should be handled on the public side. And I'd like to address those during the public,
Okay,
if I
thank you.
may. In terms of the air quality, and again, I presented an affidavit that's got a lot of material on my personal background, and I really don't want to get into that. I just wanted to make sure that the committee had a good understanding of my experience, and I wanted to make some corrections to some misrepresentations that were made to my work history and experience. I don't want to get into that now. I want to save a lot of time, but I just wanted to make sure that the committee had the correct information on my 40 years experience and what I've done in the industry and the ability to discuss the subject matter. In terms of air quality, again, due to the exceptions in idling, the anti-idling rules do not apply. They can't apply because of the exceptions. And I just wanted to repeat and reiterate again that regardless of how many signs the end user has, it is perfectly legal for a driver to warm up a vehicle and spend 20 minutes with it running while doing the pre-trip inspection, or whatever time needed to feel comfortable from the extreme heat or extreme cold, as outlined before. There were also some questions from Chairman Cavaniero I'd like to address if I could. He questioned the air quality and land use manual in the last meeting. I'd like to address it because I was on the phone and couldn't click in. The air quality and land use manual that I used was developed years ago by the California Air Resource Board, but it was reviewed again in 2017 without changes by the ARB. It still provides strategies and land use to planning to protect public health strategies and reduce air pollution. Just recently, 2015 May, Southern California air quality regulators used the manual in passing the Warehouse Indirect Source Rule 2305. It's just adopted in May for warehouses and diesel trucks that serve them to try to cut diesel pollution, diesel PM pollution. In terms of reasonable alternatives, as we review the site, I still feel, based on my 40 years experience in the building, that this site has all of the characteristics of a multifunction building with high truck traffic, and the only reasonable site is presentation of a site plan that does not require as much truck traffic, reduced truck traffic. That's basically the only alternative. There's no other way of, when you've got a couple of hundred trucks in and out a day. I know it was made mention of during the last meeting that the trucks would not originate at the site. Not sure how you do that when there was a fiscal impact report used that showed 108 truck driving positions being added as a benefit of the site. I'm just not sure you have 108 new drivers and not have trucks originate at the site, but regardless, if they originate at the site or not, even if you've got 40 tractors showing up to hook up trailers, the pre-trip still has to be done. There's no way around it. So I think, as a feasible alternative would be one that with a smaller operation that doesn't have the high volume of traffic, truck traffic, and requiring idling on site. And I'm just going to address for now, I'm just going to address the air quality and the hazards that come from a site of this type. And I believe the rest of the material I have, and I apologize for it. I know I've been dumping a lot of material on the commission the last couple of weeks or so, but it's more geared towards public, so I'd like to address it in public.
Okay, all comments, all testimony should be addressed to the chair, just so you're aware, okay? Thank you.
Absolutely. My apologies. There was one other bit of information that just dropped. We got this about an hour ago from March 7 of 2022. Head of the EPA is proposing stronger standards for heavy-duty vehicles to promote clean air, support transition to zero emissions in the future. This just dropped on March 7. I just got a handle of this about an hour ago, but I've got 16 copies of it, if I could present this also.
Do you have a copy for the applicant?
There's 16, so yes,
Okay.
I do. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll turn to the applicant. Does the applicant have anything for the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, my name is James Connor. Just for a quick recap, it's been 3 weeks since we've been here. This is a site plan application for a warehouse and distribution center. It's in the I industrial zone. There's no special exception applied for, no waivers requested. It is not an application for a subdivision or re-subdivision. There has been an inland wetlands approval. The Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency had an opportunity to review the changes that were made prior to the submission of this application and confirmed that their prior approval stands. That means that in the processing of the site plan, the commission is presented with one basic question, and that is, does the applicant's site plan meet all the requirements of the South Windsor zoning regulations concerning the warehouse and distribution center use and accessory uses shown on the plan applicable in the I industrial zone? I have previously included in my presentations citations of legal authority with regard to the narrow scope of the Commission's discretion on site plan applications. So as not to belabor the point, I've prepared a brief memo of which I've brought currently dated copies this evening, collecting the relevant precedents on the limitations of the Commission's discretion in deciding site plan applications. I can either put that in now or when I conclude and turn the microphone over to some of our witnesses. This evening, the applicant would like to use this time to respond to the various staff, commission, and public comments with respect to the plans as filed and presented at the February 8th and 15th meetings, including modifications that we've made to those plans in order to address those various comments. As you are aware, comments were received with respect to the location of reserved parking spaces depicted on the plan and the ability to accommodate simultaneous inbound and outbound tractor-trailer traffic. Those are the two primary issues. There are some comments that we received late this afternoon in the form of public comments that we would like to be able to address in rebuttal, but we'd like to begin the presentation with a review by Ben Wheeler of Design Professionals, Inc., who will orient the commission to the site and point out the areas in which changes have been made to the plan in response to issues raised at the last two meetings and in other comments that we've read from the public and the commission. Ben, if you could put up the plans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. For the record, Ben Wheeler from the firm of Design Professionals Incorporated, with our offices located here in South Windsor, Connecticut at 21 Jeffrey Drive. I am a licensed landscape architect in the state of Connecticut, and our office is responsible for the site plans that are before you this evening. As Mr. Connor mentioned, I would like to just briefly go through the changes to the site plans since the last time that we were before you, albeit virtually. If you bear with me 1 second, I will pull those up and project them behind you. And at the same time, I will pass out to the Director of Planning another exhibit for everybody's review. So the first change to the site plan was the radius on the outbound lane. And actually, bear with me for 1 second.
And Ben, if you could reference what plan that you're taking this information from?
And if I could just note, the plans you have in front of you tonight are the latest set. So the ones that you were sent in the mail, they've been superseded just with some minor things. So
Yep.
what you have in front of the dais was submitted today.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I did want to point that out. So we did submit revised plans to the planning department. I believe it was last Thursday on March 3rd. Those are the plans that were mailed to you in the packet. Subsequent to that, we made a couple of minor modifications and submitted revised plans earlier today and uploaded them to the online portal. So first, I'm going to...
Did you also provide those to the intervener?
They have been uploaded and provided to the planning department.
Okay, I believe you have a responsibility to give them to the intervener.
Actually, without an acceptance of the intervener, you wouldn't have had that prior to tonight, so there wouldn't have been a requirement.
Okay, but now that they are,
Now, now that you've accepted the intervener, anything going forward, but at this point, it wouldn't have been required prior to now.
okay.
This is, the one I have up on the screen is C-SP1. So this is sheet 3 of 30.
Yep.
So again, the first, and the document I handed out, the second document that was handed out is a summary of the changes that were made in both plan sets, the ones that were submitted last week, the plans have with a date of March 2nd, 2022, and the ones that were submitted today with a revision date of today. So the first few, the first 9 that are on the sheet before you, those are the ones that were in the packet from last week, the site plans from last week. As I mentioned, this is Plan C-SP1, and per comments from the chairman last time, we did take a look at the exit and radius for the truck ingress and egress on Talbot Lane, and that has been revised to provide a wider radius, and was improved to allow for an entering and exiting tractor trailer to utilize the driveway simultaneously without conflict and without centerline encroachment. Now, the exhibit that we just handed in this evening with a sheet title of C-TM1 shows how that those maneuvers can be made without conflict. And I just want to point out that the design vehicles that was used for that exhibit is a WB67 design vehicle as defined by the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, also known as AASHTO. And the software that we use to run those simulations is called Vehicle Tracking, which is developed by Autodesk Inc., which obviously is a very recognizable name and a leader in the industry of CAD software. On that same sheet, C-SP1, in the queuing area for queuing of tractor trailers, the travel lane has been widened by 5 feet to better accommodate the maneuvering of vehicles through that area. On the same sheet, if you recall last time, there was a separation between the trailer spaces. There was a group of trailer spaces and then a landscaped island and then 2 trailer spaces down at this area here. Those have been all consolidated in 1 row of 24 trailer spaces. Now, if you move a couple sheets later in the packet to C-SP3, at the very southern end of the trailer parking spaces, 3 trailer spaces were removed in this area here, right there. And then on that same sheet, per the recommendation of town staff, if you recall last time, the site plans, we were showing reserved parking spaces all on the north side of the building. We have split those, so there are now 48 reserved spaces on the north side of the building and then 44 reserved spaces on the south side of the building to be built in the future only if deemed necessary as a part of the operations of the facility. If you go back 1 sheet to C-SP2, and if you look at the northeast corner of the building near the access drive to Governor's Highway, we added a 5-foot wide concrete walk connecting from the main building entrance north out to Governor's Highway that could connect into a sidewalk that is built along Governor's Highway in the future if deemed necessary by the town and utilizing their funds. Now, if we go farther back in the site plans to sheets C-LS1, LS2, and LS3.
What sheet number is that?
I will let you know in 1 second here as soon as I can zoom in. Those are 20, 21, and 22 of 30. On these sheets, as was requested at previous hearings, potential snow storage areas were designated and labeled throughout the site, demonstrating that there is adequate room both in the truck areas and in the auto parking areas for snow storage in the wintertime.
Excuse me, could you show us again how those are labeled?
For instance, in the hatch is not showing up, there we go, correctly on the screen. So if I zoom out a little bit, so for instance, this large area here to the west of the truck queuing spaces, the large island in between the truck queuing and the trailer spaces can be utilized for snow storage. Another area here, and then similarly over in the auto parking spaces. All the areas have a thick gray dashed outline with a dotted hatch in the area, inside the area. On the first of those sheets, C-LS1, to accommodate the revisions at the truck entrance, the street trees located along Talbot Lane were shifted to the north to provide ample clearance from the edge of the pavement there. And then similarly, on a few sheets later in the set on C-LT1, a light pole at that entrance was also shifted. And that would be on sheet 25 of 30. So this light pole here, light pole type J at the entrance was shifted to be outside of the new edge of pavement.
And for our new commissioners, when he says sheet 25 of 30, it's the bottom right corner of the drawings in microscopic print.
Ben, could you go back to LS1 for the snow shop? Try to get out of control here. On the east side of the building,
You have to put your microphone on if you,
on the east side of the building, Ben, where were you planning on?
Let me get to a zoom level where the hatches show up better. So we have a large area to the north and east of the auto parking area, some to the south of Lot A, I believe it is on the plans. And then we have, we took advantage of the largest of the landscape islands throughout the parking areas. And then as potential last resort in between the sidewalk and the building. So even like in these landscape islands here, you know, they could be utilized for snow storage.
Okay. Just couldn't see it here.
So that summarizes the changes that were made in the plan set that was submitted last week. As I mentioned, with a date of March 2nd, 2022. The plans that were given to you this evening only have a couple of minor changes, and I will point those out to you. On C-LS3, which I would believe would be 22 of 30. Yes, 22 of 30. We received a comment from Mr. Jeff Folger, the town's senior environmental planner, that he requested we did have a snow storage area in this area in the where the 3 trailer spaces were removed. and he requested that that snow storage area be taken off the plans, and the updated plans that you have before you did so. The other change in the latest plan set, if you go back to the beginning of the set, C-SP1, which should be sheet 3 in your set. In the reserve parking spaces north of the building, we did designate one area near the main entrance of the building to be a van accessible ADA parking space should those reserve parking spaces get built in the future. It did not change the count of the number of reserve parking spaces, but there was sufficient room to make the easternmost of those a van accessible space. So that summarizes the site plan changes since we were last before you, and certainly will be available for any questions should you have those at the appropriate time. I will turn it back over to Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Ben. Another set of questions and concerns that were raised at the first 2 nights of the hearing had to do with the certain traffic flow issues at the entrances and within the site that were the subject of some of the plan modifications that Mr. Wheeler just outlined for you. We have had the assistance, as you know, in analyzing the queuing of these vehicles from Scott Hesketh of F.A. Hesketh and Associates. He has been involved in the changes to the design that were just shown to you and has some comments on how the site works and how it complies with the particular sections of the regulations 4.1.5 and 6.1.5 that pertain to traffic circulation. So I'd like to have Mr. Hesketh come to the podium.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Scott Hesketh. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of Connecticut, a firm of F.A. Hesketh and Associates, and our office is in East Granby, Connecticut. And we have provided 2 letters for the Commission's review or consideration, both of them dated February 8th, 2022. One is a peer review of the site plan and Langen report, and the second is a discussion of queuing of the truck-related traffic on the site. There were a couple of questions which came up at the last public hearing, and I'll hit those and then take leave and answer any questions the Commission may have. There were some questions, comments, concerns about the truck circulation throughout the site. As you've seen, there's been some modifications to the site plan. The radius of the truck entrance driveway or exiting driveway has been increased to accommodate a WB67 vehicle, so that a vehicle can both enter and exit the driveway without conflict with each other, and they can do so without encroachment on the center lines of either Talbot Lane or the site driveway. In our letters, we indicated how the site plan conforms with the requirements of the zoning regulations. I believe Langen also has provided a letter dated February 4th, 2022, indicating such. And I'll just briefly touch on some of those items. Section 4.1.5 of the Zoning regulations as traffic requirements says that we're to provide orderly flow of inbound and outbound site-generated traffic and to minimize the inherent conflicts between southbound left and, between outbound left and inbound left maneuvers. I believe that the capacity analysis calculations presented in the Langen report indicate that the two site driveways operate at acceptable levels of service, that they have minimum queuing entering and exiting the facility, that the driveways are properly designed with the appropriate driveway widths and radii to accommodate entering and exiting traffic without conflicts. I believe a review of existing accident data along the roadway indicates that there are no existing safety concerns, and we believe that that will continue under this plan. It says that on-site queuing provisions must, sorry, I'm getting blind in my old age here. On-site queuing provisions must be adequate to prevent site-generated traffic from queuing onto public streets. The driveways that are provided on site provide sufficient storage to accommodate the anticipated 95th percentile queues of exiting traffic. And the queuing trailer area has been designed and designated to accommodate up to 30 waiting trucks entering the facility. As indicated in our queuing analysis, we believe that there is a 1% probability that there'll be more than 18 vehicles at any time ever trying to access the facility. So we're providing 30 queuing spaces. The odds that there's 18 or more is less than 1%, so we believe we provide more than enough queuing for entering vehicles to get off of Talbot Lane and not interrupt the operations of any existing town roadways. The requirements further indicate that sight lines for exiting traffic from the site drive must be satisfactory for the prevailing speeds. I believe the Langen report indicates that the available intersection sight distances exceed the Connecticut Department of Transportation requirements for 5 miles an hour above the posted speed limit, which is the standard, and those sight distances are provided at the site driveways. The applicant must demonstrate that the design provides a safe and orderly vehicular and pedestrian flow and movement of traffic and minimize vehicular and pedestrian conflicts. If you look at the site plan, the vehicular traffic and the truck traffic on site are separated by use of separate driveways. The parking facilities for the vehicular traffic is on one side of the building. All the truck access is on the other side of the building. There is a sidewalk which runs the length of the building adjacent to the parking fields for the employees and customers of this particular facility. There are numerous crosswalks through the parking lot to provide safe and efficient access for pedestrians, and that proposed sidewalk extends out to the pavement area of the Governor's Highway to interconnect to a future sidewalk should one be constructed. The delivery areas, again, going back to your requirements, the delivery areas must be located so that normal operations are not impeded or compromised. The truck areas are separated from the vehicular areas. We've reviewed the plans. The truck areas are wide enough. The drive aisles and the parking lanes are wide enough for a WB67 vehicle to enter and exit each of the parking spaces and loading docks without encroachment upon other vehicles. So we believe that that area is designed to accommodate normal operations and not impede or compromise public safety. An engineering report was submitted by Langen. A peer report was submitted by our office in compliance with the last section of the regulation, being that an engineering report must be provided to demonstrate the adequacy of the design. There's one other section of your regulations which relates to traffic information, and that's 6.1.5 of the regulations, traffic and circulation considerations. There's 4 points in that section which are basically restatements of the sections in 4.1.5. On-site queuing provisions must be adequate to prevent site traffic from queuing onto public streets. I think we've demonstrated both in the reports and on the site plan that we meet that requirement. That the sight lines for existing traffic from the site drive must be satisfactory for the prevailing speeds. I believe the Langen report and our observations indicate that that is true, and we meet that requirement. That the applicant must demonstrate that the design provides for safe and orderly vehicular and pedestrian flow and movement of traffic and minimizes vehicular pedestrian conflicts. I believe the design of the two site driveways, the acceptable levels of service at those locations, the provision of the sidewalk and the crosswalks through the parking area, and the separation of the vehicular and truck-related traffic complies with that condition. Deliveries areas must be located so that normal business operations are not impeded or compromised. That probably relates to UPS and FedEx trucks dropping off things at office buildings and such, but if you apply that to a warehouse development, again, we are separating the vehicular and truck-related traffic, and the drive aisles are designed, and the parking spaces are designed to accommodate the vehicles that we anticipate to be utilizing this particular facility. So we believe, it's my professional opinion, that the site plan as presented to this commission complies with the zoning regulations in all respects, and I will be here to answer any particular questions related to traffic should the commission have any. And at this time, I will turn the microphone back over to the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Scott. At the two nights of the public hearing in February, there were some questions that were raised and some correspondence from a member of the public concerning some of the matters that are reflected on the survey. This is the basis of the site plan in the application. In particular, there were questions posed with respect to the discontinuance of the former Newberry Road, with regard to the alleged existence of an easement in favor of the Metropolitan District, and with regard to the alleged inconsistency of interior lot lines with lot lines as depicted on the town's GIS system, which are, of course, based on assessor's maps and not necessarily based on actual survey legal descriptions. In as much as I would note for the record that while a land use commission can make findings with regard to the actual use of easement areas, that the case law holds that the commission cannot adjudicate issues of title to easements or other interest in property, and I cite for that proposition Property Group, Inc. versus the Planning and Zoning Commission of the town of Tolland, 226 Connecticut 684, a case that was decided by the State Supreme Court in 1993. Nonetheless, we did ask that the head of survey at Design Professionals, Inc., who prepared the survey, Lawrence Geisler, who is a very experienced surveyor with decades of experience in the field, that he prepare a letter outlining the due diligence that was performed in his following the appropriate professional standards to create that survey, with particular reference to the efforts that were made to examine the land records and other public records, and to engage in further investigation with regard to inquiries made to public utility providers about the existence of actual installations in the area that needed to be shown on the plan, and we would like to submit a copy of Mr. Geisler's letter for the record. And we also have a copy of his resume. Okay. As I noted, we became aware this afternoon of a number of additional items of correspondence from the public. What we'd like to do is to reserve our right to rebut comments that are made by live witnesses on behalf of the public, as well as the petitioners for intervention, and to reserve time at the end of that. Of course, we're going to be answering questions from the commission as well, but to reserve time at the end of that for rebuttal, and if the commission is of a mind to close the public hearing tonight, to make a closing statement prior to the hearing actually being closed. With that, and reserving that time, that concludes the principal part of our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, I'll turn to our town staff, our town planner, Michelle Lipe.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from engineering?
No additional comments from engineering.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we will turn to members of the public. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this application? Please step forward. Hearing and seeing none, is there anyone who would like to speak against or have questions or concerns? Mr. Butler?
Good evening, Commissioner, and to the Commission. Derek Butler, once again, from 596 Governor's Highway, South Windsor, Connecticut. We've got some questions on the plan that was just revised, and a bunch of comments. And I'll just start because I know we're of limited time. Originally, from the 215 presentation mentioned and the data table provided, the site was being safe to provide orderly flow of a WB62 designed vehicle. Looks like some revisions were made to the main entrance to be able to accommodate a WB67 vehicle now, but looking at the print, I don't see any other changes that were made. Now, in a letter that I submitted for you, Chairman, I've got some exhibits that I'd like to direct the Chairman and the Commissioners to. Just to make it easy, I've got a copy of the letter and the exhibits, but I'm going to refer to the AASHTO exhibit for 90 and 180-degree turns and the Bras-Human safe traffic flow. For the Chairman, one thing that, in looking at the revision for the WB67, I did not see, even though it's mentioned, I didn't see an area or an exhibit that shows simultaneous operation of a tractor trailer. I'm looking and I just can't find it, so maybe we can get some help with that. But I've got some samples of Bras-Human and AASHTO with swept path highlighted. That shows there's a conflict there. Even with this revision, I still, in my professional opinion, think that tractor trailer cannot enter and exit the site simultaneously without conflict, as well as the intersections at Governors to Talbot, Talbot to Governors. I've got an overlay provided in Exhibit F, E and F, of what was provided this morning. Overlay of turns using the Bras-Human, turns going into Governors, exiting to Governors, entering Talbot from Governors, that shows that there's site conflict. Now, I pulled up information for you also.
Could you just wait a second? We're shuffling paper up here and we're not
My
really paying
apologies.
attention to you, so just give us the second. while
My
we-
apologies. Just trying to keep the time.
Yeah.
It is.
Just
So
seeing if
if you take a look at, it's the Exhibit F towards the back,
F towards the back.
and F2, it shows the turns onto Governors using the overlay of Brashuman.
Where's the turn on to Governors? F, do you have that one?
So it's this one here?
Exhibit A, that's the first sheet, and that's going to show you the difference between...
Just a minute, please. We're still not
Okay,
all on
I'm
the
sorry,
same
my
page yet.
apologies. My apologies.
That wasn't in your packet?
This is new.
Maybe look on with Mike.
The exhibits were behind a paper clip. The copy of the letter was in the beginning, and then the paper clip
How
was the
many
exhibit.
copies did you have?
I had one for the chairman that I dropped off this morning, and then I had 7 others.
Okay.
It should be everything behind a paper clip.
Who's got it?
Do you have?
So that's,
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it is. Thank you.
My apologies. In an effort to try and make it easy, I maybe made it a little bit more confusing. But there is the first page of that exhibit packet in A that just shows the difference between a WB 62 and WB 67. Basically, a difference between a 48-foot trailer and a 53 with a sleeper. I wanted to show what, once again, I'm not, and I apologize, I'm a truckman, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I did my research and I wanted to make sure that the terms I used were correct. I used trailer sway, but the actual term is swept path. I tried to show this in Exhibit B and C. And then when you get to the later part of the packet,
B,
towards the end,
C.
exhibit labeled F1 and F2, I put trailer sway, swept path, off tracking. I overlaid it onto the intersection of Governors and Talbot.
Is that you?
Can I get someone from the neighborhood to sign in so I have 3 more minutes? I'm sorry.
Please.
Hi, Kim Owen, 104 Judy Lane.
what's her name?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Kimberly Owen and 104 Judy Lane.
Okay, thank you.
What's her name?
I just know she's from Judy Lane.
Huh? Kim Owen, okay.
Thank you. Looking at the site plan, recognize there are changes to the main entrance off
Derek,
of...
please just turn that microphone a little.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My apologies. And once again, I'm a truckman. I am not a engineer, but I handled safety and maintenance in various capacities in my 40 years. So I know what a combination unit can and can't do. So in looking at the site plan, it looks like nothing else, none of the other turns were changed throughout the site. And what I did, I provided an overlay in Exhibit D to show pinch points within the site. So, first of all, taking a look at the main loading dock, I'll address that first if the chair will permit. It's drawn with a 60-foot parking space at the dock, 60-foot parking space adjacent with a 70-foot aisle, the WB 67 unit that is 75 feet long. You've got a 15-foot overhang on either side that protrudes into the main aisle, reducing the main aisle by 30 feet, making that main aisle not 70 but 40 when you have trucks parked at the dock and in a parking space adjacent to it. So I tried to show that in Exhibit D. And then I applied the Broshuman turn radius as an overlay to show the pinch points and where you, if the trailer is parked at the dock with trailers next to it, you cannot exit. There isn't enough room if there's a tractor trailer across from you. This is shown using the Broshuman sample, as well as the other pinch points. If you take a look at Exhibit D, if you're coming out of the staging area to head, I guess it's to head north to get in line for the main fence, the main gate. That's a very tough turn heading out of the queue area. Once again, a very tough turn. I'm saying that, the queuing spots 4, 5, 6, and 7 can't be used with the WB 67 because there isn't enough room using swept path adjustment to get out of that spot and navigate with an S turn to work east towards the main gate. Those are additional site conflicts that I'd like to make note of.
Michael McClellan, 107 Muriel Drive.
Thank you.
Once again, I'm talking to you as a still current CDL Class A driver. At the age of 22, I was awarded an Allied Van Lines Safe Driver Award at the age of 22. As I managed a fleet in East Hartford for 2 consecutive years, the Connecticut Motor Transport Authority, we were given the Safe Fleet Award. So I think that gives me some credentials. Moving right along, with the chair's permission.
Please.
If you take a look at the 40 spots, or it was 40, I think it's reduced now, trailer parking spots across from the loading docks, they still all require blindside back in. When operating a tractor trailer down on that south, I guess would be the south end of the loading dock area, there's not enough room to turn around. There's just not enough room. So once again, if equipment is backed up down in there, they're going to have to back out, and that's a site traffic conflict. In conflict with 6.1.5-1 and 3. It has a propensity to lead to backups on city streets. Report from the National Cooperative Highway Research Program 505. This is where I got the data from on the turns onto Governors and into Talbot. They report that trucks WB 62 and larger are so great they can't make a 90-degree turn from one lane to another while remaining within the 12-foot lane. So trucks making a 90-degree turn must encroach onto the shoulder or roadway or curb line into opposing lane of traffic. 209 trucks a day, a lot of activity. Trucks turning onto Governor's Highway will have to stay in the opposing lane of traffic for 40 feet, causing a major lane-to-lane turning conflict.
What's that he just signed? What's that he just signed?
Moving on.
Go ahead, Sue.
Excuse me,
Another,
I'm sorry. You just cited a reference that talked about where these trucks are going to have trouble making a turn, and which, is that in our pile
yes,
here?
it is. Yes, it is. It's on the second page. That's why I wanted to make sure that you have it. Second page. 1, 2, third paragraph down.
Of what?
FHWA truck characteristic study. Third paragraph down on the second page.
And if you wouldn't mind, go over that again for me.
Sure. And they report
In the bold.
in the study 2-3. They developed a data table, research to confirm swept path widths. I call it SWAY. For trucks WB62 and larger are so great that the truck can't make a 90-degree right turn from one lane of a 2-lane road to another while remaining within the 12-foot lane. Trucks making a 90-degree turn must encroach onto the shoulder or roadway or curb line into the opposing lane of traffic. So if that unit is exiting Talbot, turning right on Governors, it will have to make that turn, a wide turn, and remain heading towards the opposite lane of traffic for, depending on the length of the vehicle, it could be 40, could be 50 feet. And when that happens, because I've seen it, anything that's heading down Governors has to stop and wait. Creates a pinch point. And my concern with that, when you have backups on Governors, there are joggers, bicyclists, walkers that use that roadway to exercise. Pedestrian conflict. And once again, I've used the AAS HTO design of intersections and...
Excuse me, Mr. Butler?
Yes, sir.
Your 3 minutes is up. Are there any other speakers who would like to speak tonight? If not, I'll allow Mr. Butler more time. Yes, please step forward. Hapowitz.
For the record, I'm John Holizak. Bear with me, we've got to pull up the presentation.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Just click it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Do it that way. Okay, for the record, my name is John Holizak. Oh.
As it comes along, if you have other speakers that would like to yield their time to you, by all means, once we get to the 3 minutes.
Do you want to do it now, or you want to wait till the alarm goes off?
What's that?
Do you want to do that now, or wait till the alarm goes off? I can do this in three-minute intervals. Depends on when you want them.
Okay, let's set that up then, please.
Okay.
Let's get 3 people now.
so it doesn't break up the,
Hello, Jessica Vogelsang, 79 Hilton Drive.
thank you.
Mark Verklinitz, 88 Edgewood Drive.
Thank you.
Jesse Gimarino, 139 Judy Lane.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try this again. Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is John Holozak. I am a 29-year resident of South Windsor. I hold Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in ceramic engineering. I am an engineer by training and profession. I'm here to talk to you tonight about traffic, specifically as it affects queuing, some information on parking, and also some information on stormwater drainage. Okay, so since I'm not an expert in this field, I did prepare the following references, and that's the thick volume you have here. High Cube Warehouse Vehicle Trip Generation Analysis prepared by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, Washington, D.C., October 2016. This is not a stale legal case from the 1970s. This document is being referred to by traffic engineers in a number of different warehouse activities, including most recently a warehouse proposed in Northborough, Massachusetts, as well as one that was, I believe it ended up being approved in Holliston, Massachusetts, and also another recent one in Daytona Beach, Florida. The Parking Generation Manual, 5th edition, Institute of Transportation Engineers, that's got a lot of copyright restrictions on it, so I did not provide that to you, the commissioners, but it's incorporated herein by reference. Okay, so the first study, High Cube Warehouse Trip Generation, page 5, it's, I've duplicated it here in your handout for ease of examination here. It turns out that these high cube warehouses, which basically applies to anything taller than about 20 feet, you've got a 40-footer here, they come in different flavors. There's a standard warehouse storage, transload, short-term storage, cold storage, fulfillment center, and parcel hub. And tonight's discussion for both queuing and for some of the parking requirements are specifically going to refer to the parcel hub and fulfillment center columns. So you want to note in the upper right-hand corner there, a parcel hub is typically close to an airport. I checked where the site is exactly 14 miles from Bradley. Its fulfillment center is often near a parcel hub or UPS facility. Note employee parking. Fulfillment center has a larger parking supply ratio than for all other types of high cube warehouse types. For parcel hub, it has a larger parking ratio, and the truck drivers are often based at the facility. We've heard that during the September testimony from the applicant's agents at the Economic Development Commission meeting, and that parking may be for both employees and drivers, so there's a fit there. For fulfillment center, truck and trailer parking, significantly higher truck parking ratios than for all other high cube warehouses for fulfillment center. And for parcel hub, very high truck parking ratios to dock positions, often a ratio of 2 to 1 or more. And if you remember, when this whole process started, there were around 110 tractor trailer parking spaces and 54 loading docks, so it certainly meets that. I think loading dock location, let's just skip that for the interest of time. Langdon cites the code 156 parcel hub variant of a high cube warehouse. And if you look at the data presented in the study, okay, they have specific numbers of truck trips cited. For a parcel hub, I've circled in red. It's probably in a different color in your handout. The peak morning trucks at 0.423 per 1,000 square feet of gross area of the proposed warehouse, and also in the PM 0.235. So if you do this, I think it's 5th grade math or so, 350,000 square feet, I gave the applicant the benefit of the doubt on the amount of office space they have. They have been reducing it, but about 350. And you multiply that by 0.235, you get 82 truck trips in the morning, in the afternoon peak hour, and 148 truck trips in the morning peak hour. And in the next chart, we're going to compare this to what FA
Excuse me,
Housekeff
could you
came up
give us a
with.
second, because the paper you gave us didn't print anything red.
Yeah, we
Okay,
tried to
so
write that in.
I think we each want to copy those numbers off your slide.
Okay. Actually, if you look at the next page, it might be there. I tried to put in pages with the correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we ran out of red ink in the neighborhood. We did try. I did provide a copy of this study to the applicant as a courtesy. Good? Okay? Okay. So how does this apply to the FA Hesketh? Well, they agree with Langdon on parcel hub high cube warehouse code 156 from a traffic engineering standpoint. But Hesketh queuing analysis indicates 32 peak hour truck trips. That's a pretty big difference to the ones that are derived from the data in this paper. There are 2.5 times as many afternoon trucks compared to FA Hesketh's analysis. And for the morning trucks, there are 4.6 times as many trucks as in FA Hesketh's queuing analysis. So the questions commissioners can consider asking, please ask FA Hesketh to explain this discrepancy. This data comes from the same sources that he's drawing things from. You could also ask, I got curious about this, how many queuing analyses have FA Hesketh performed on actual warehouses? A little bit of Google searching showed that they have done queuing analysis in the past, but it's been primarily limited to the queuing analysis of things like banks and car washes, restaurant drive-thrus, and the like. So it'd be interesting to hear how much experience they have with actual warehouses. And finally, this question's not on your sheet, so you might want to write it down, maybe not. Hesketh's queuing analysis counts on a 2-hour turn time to load and unload a truck. And if that's true, if you have 54 loading docks and you can turn a truck in and out every 2 hours, that means potentially this facility could have 360-odd truck trips if you do the math, 12 times 54. So that's a large jump in the number of tractor-trailer trips on our town roads, and it has certain implications there. Sorry I didn't include that on the handout. I just remembered it as some of the other testimony was being read tonight. Okay, so the situation here is no tenant has been named. And from my standpoint, I would think the planning and zoning must assume a worst-case scenario. Although parcel hub use was indicated by Langdon in his traffic study, in the September 2021 special hearing of the Economic Development Committee meeting, specifically, I believe a representative from Design Professionals cited a fulfillment center use for this development. So that has an effect on parking. And I think, that differentiation is important. Turning to the Parking Generation Manual, 5th edition, ITE 2019, that's the current edition. There is no breakdown into fulfillment centers, parcel hubs, cold storage. In this Parking Generation Manual, all they have is a general warehouse category. They don't break it down for them different types. As you saw from the previous table, it does affect the amount of truck traffic, and parking requirements vary over these things. So using the worst case data, and I'll admit that, Parking Generation Manual, 5th edition, they have a couple ways to calculate parking requirements. The first one is by gross area. The factor is 1.96. You multiply that by 359,000, and you get about 703 parking spaces needed. They also have data that shows how you can do it by number of employees. Again, the worst case factor is 2.0. Again, turning back to the Economic Development Commission and some of the economic...
Excuse me, John?
Yep.
I'd just like to ask the crowd, if there are other people that would like to speak at this hearing, I want to get an idea of how many people would like to speak that, okay, so there's 2, 3, and, okay. Pardon me? Yeah, we have letters also.
I'll pick up the pace, or?
Well, we're at the end of the 9 minutes. I don't,
Okay, I'll just finish the chart here real quickly. Number of employees, factors 2.0, you need 600 spaces, and then using the zoning regulations, we've already covered 718 spaces. And the rationale, some truck drivers may go on 2 to 3 day long trips, leaving their cars behind. Delivery vans, like Sprinter vans, may occupy some of the car parking, and I believe that's why the parking requirements are so large.
okay,
I'll turn the microphone over for now.
okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Mr. Parks?
Good evening, John Parks. I'm here on behalf of some of the neighbors that are opposing this application. Specifically, I wanted to comment, and I prepared a compliance with regulation for distribution. I wanted to speak as towards queuing, and specifically, and it's unfortunate that Mr. Butler got interrupted because there was something lost in the flow of his presentation, but he has a lot to say, and specifically, and I've attached a copy of his plan to my report as well as his report because I feel that it's that important. But if the vehicles, these tractor trailers, can't make the turns that are on the site plan as designed, there's going to be delays. And if there's delays, then trucks that would have been able to access this site will be delayed. And if they're delayed, they'll have no place on the site due to congestion to go, so they'll be stuck on the roadways. Now, these are 75 feet long, 10 feet wide vehicles that can't get into the site, and they're on your, I'll say, country roads, Governor Highway. I don't know what that's really classified as, but even one tractor trailer that has to park on the side of Governor's Highway or Talbot to wait until the congestion on the site clears so it can access the site is a traffic hazard. I don't have to be an expert to tell you and anyone who has a driver's license who's tried to pass a tractor trailer how unnerving that is, even on a highway like the Mass Pike. So we're talking about any conflicts within the site due to queuing that spill out onto your roads, posing, that kind of hazard for the people that need to use those roads. And your regulation, and it's been cited a number of times, make it clear, and I've cited it in my compliance with regulation, that if there's going to be queuing that the site can't handle that spills off on the road, that should be a basis for denial of the application. And I think it's clear, and I think it's going to be clearer when Mr. Butler gets a chance to speak again, that there will be conflicts, because we heard WB 62, which is a shorter truck, and then we heard WB 67, which is a longer truck. But not all the spaces have been redesigned to accommodate a WB 67. So these longer trucks are going to be in those spaces designed for a shorter truck, and that's where Mr. Butler was going with the overhang that would conflict with and cause these queuing delays.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please step forward. Mr. Wenzel?
Good evening, Commissioner, Chairman. I empathize...
You could speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I empathize with you. I think I spent 7 years, in your chair and 4 years in Bart's chair. So I certainly appreciate the hard work you're doing and all the work you put into this application. I want to point out a couple things, and I'm not doing this as a professional engineer, but we asked residents to...
Did you introduce yourself to the commission?
I thought I did. Did I not?
I apologize.
I'm
sorry if you did.
Perhaps I'm nervous. Tim Wenzel, 630 Governor's Highway.
Thank you.
We asked some of the residents to count the cars on the street, and we did this for a 4.5-hour period. Now, certainly they're not professionals, but they're capable of counting cars. In that period, and these were the two peak periods, the morning period of rush hour and the afternoon, they counted 180 cars, 813 cars, or an average of 180 cars. The traffic study that was done had a number, if you were to assume any kind of lessening during the rest of the time, far greater than that. So I guess that brings in the question, if the data going into the study is clearly wrong, and I believe it is, and has to be, for those numbers to count, then this assumption that it would have a de minimis increase in traffic in the street is clearly incorrect. It would have a very significant increase in traffic on the street. So I'd like to point that out, and as a way of flagging, not saying we know what the number is, but we do know, I think, that the number that was given is incorrect. And that certainly would bear concern. Another concern I have, and I'll cite an example, when the warehouse at the end of the street, the Filene's warehouse, was added on to, they presented to this commission, to your commission, that all traffic would use Nutmeg and that the gate on Governor's Highway would be closed off. It never happened. From day one, they continued doing the same operation. So I'd like to point out that once this application is done, the use of the site is really not controlled anymore by your commission. And so that when you look at this application, you really need to look at it as this is a building for general rental to somebody. And this assumption that since you don't know who the renter is going to be, you have to really look at the worst case scenario. And that worst case scenario is who knows what. I'd further like to point out that early in the hearings, people talked about, well, it couldn't be a truck terminal because there's doors only on one side. Well, I think if you look around, even in South Windsor at some of them, it's not affixed that there's 2 straight rows of doors on each side. Webster doesn't define trucking terminal as having doors on both sides. I mean, forklifts can turn corners, buildings can be used in different ways, and they can be used in different ways in the future. So the structure of this size, we really need to assume most anything could occur in there in the future. And you've done this as a commission. As I saw in your minutes a few meetings ago, a Subway restaurant came in clearly stating how they were going to use their parking, citing other Subway restaurants, and you factored that into it. You knew what the applicant was.
Do you have much more?
No, very little.
Okay, if you could.
Okay, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Furthermore, you haven't received a management plan or an operational plan for this facility. So not only is it an unknown user, there's really not been a manual or anything else telling you how it's going to be used. And I think that's problematic. And lastly, I'd like just a personal comment. My interest in planning and zoning was really from the perspective of planning and zoning is intended to protect residents and not to make a victim of residents. And I think that these neighbors who have spent a lot of money, a lot of time, need to really be carefully considered, because I think your role is really to protect our town. Thank you. And
Thank you.
I apologize for preaching a little bit here.
Did you sign in?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Gentleman with the hat coming up.
For your record, my name is Wei Zhang. I live at 125 Cody Circle.
Okay.
I'm also a professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. Okay. Because I was not sure whether I can attend this meeting, so I also submitted letters. So no need to read my letter. Okay. Respect for commissioners. Some people might argue 25 Top of the Lane project is just one of the many warehouse projects in South Windsor. What they refuse to acknowledge is its unprecedented proximity to residential neighborhoods and the detrimental disturbance to ordinary people's lives. That is why this project requires careful scrutiny to determine its compatibility with the abutting zones. To that end, appreciate your persistent effort to make sure all the decisions can withstand the test of time. And also thank you for your dedicated service to our town at such a busy time. I strongly oppose this pending application. Adding to the enormous concerns already voiced by other neighbors, I would like to raise your attention to several issues identified in the traffic impact study from Langen and the cooling report from Hesketh. The first issue is the daily trip generation estimation is much lower than the maximum. If you look at table 1 from Langen's traffic impact study, they anticipated 1,663 weekly daily trip generation from this project. This number is far below the 3,830 daily trip ends estimated from the highest trip generation rate provided by the ITE trip generation manual 10th edition, which is the same data source Langen referenced. Data provided by the ITE manual is based on statistical analysis. So naturally, the trip generation rates fall into a wide range. In particular to this data set selected by Langen, which is the land use code 156 high cube parcel hub warehouse. Its trip generation rate is highly dispersed, and there could be several times of a difference between the highest and the lowest possible rates. In this project, because the applicant does not disclose who the tenant will be, the most conservative and reasonable approach for evaluating its potential traffic impact is to look at the maximum possible trip generation provided by the ITE manual, but Langen did not provide any insight to help make this judgment. The second issue is the peak hour traffic. It's not the real peak hour traffic generation from the site. I need more time on that.
Hi, I'm Karen Vaklinitz of 88 Edgewood Drive in a butter.
Okay, thank you.
The second issue, the peak hour traffic, is not the real peak hour traffic generation from the site and is also underreported. According to the ITE manual, there are two peak hour traffic scenarios for site-generated traffic estimation. One is the site traffic happening during the peak hour of the adjacent street traffic. The second is the site traffic generation during its own peak hour. Peak site traffic generation given by these two scenarios may not coincide with each other, especially in this case where the site's own peak hour traffic is the higher one. Langen did not describe which peak hour traffic scenario they used in their table 1, but Hesketh's report indicated it is from the peak hour of adjacent street. My calculation showed the maximum peak hour traffic of the generator is 421 in AM and 342 in afternoon for all vehicles. Both values are much higher than the reported value. The third issue is the truck trips are much higher than reported, and the subsequent cooling analysis is questionable. Langen's table 1 assumed a certain truck and a personal vehicle split ratio. If we use that ratio and we multiply that ratio by the corrected maximum daily trip, there could be a maximum of 480 truck trips per weekday. The bottom of the page 1 of Hesketh's cooling report clearly says the proposed building has a maximum daily truck generation of 209. By no means, this truck trip generation of 209 is the maximum value. There's no way that's the maximum value. This severely underreported number makes this subsequent cooling analysis questionable. To conclude all the findings, the above analysis is based on basic engineering judgment. You don't need to be an expert to do the math. It's so simple. You can look at my analysis in the attachment. Even a middle schooler can do the math. And it's also based, the analysis is also based on the ITE trip generation manual 10th edition. Newer version of the manual and other ITE reference may push the trip estimation even higher. The entire calculation process is presented transparently in the appendix without any hidden corner. I also submitted an Excel spreadsheet if you want to play with that. Since this analysis only investigates a portion of the traffic study, I'm not sure if there's any more issues under the hood. But I want to remind you, Langen's track record in their previous versions of a traffic study, where the traffic accident crash count at the intersection of Route 5 and Governors Highway was blatantly reduced from 9 down to 1. Today, with these new findings, I strongly urge your commission to reject this application on the basis of failing to demonstrate the satisfaction of a traffic requirement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? Gentleman with the white mask.
Hi, my name is Paul LaPenta, and I live at 168 Edgewood Drive. I couldn't hear too well, so if I repeat something, just please tell me. But I was wondering, concerning the traffic with the different sized trailers on Governor's Highway. In South Windsor, is there any laws against using tandem tractor trailers? You know, where you use them?
Yeah, we're listening to your testimony. We're not going to offer a back and forth communication.
Okay,
debate
well, I
right now.
didn't know that. I'm
So-
sorry. So thank you for telling me that. Well, so then I just can, but I can mention about tractor trailers.
Sure.
Right. Well, so anyways, when I was coming to the meeting here, I was late. And that was because when I was coming up Ellington Road and was taking a left on Sullivan Avenue, a FedEx tandem tractor trailer was coming from Sullivan Avenue and making a left on Oakland. Well, it couldn't make the turn. So they had to stop, and the cars, I assumed they were backing up because I saw the lights bouncing up underneath the tractor trailer. So that's a large intersection. So the reason I was asking about tandem tractor trailers, how could if a regular tractor trailer, a W62 or WD67 has trouble making a right-hand turn off of Route 5 onto Governor's Highway, how would a tandem tractor trailer do that? And if they were somehow were on Governor's Highway, is it tandem tractor trailer, if I'm using the right term, I think that's what a double trailer is, are they able to access this distribution center? And if not, where would they put the other trailer? And I was just curious on, because making a right-hand turn or however they were going to do it. And with a distribution center, I'm not familiar when they distribute stuff out. Do they use tractor trailers or can they use different smaller delivery vans? So if they can use smaller delivery vans, can they make a right-hand turn on Governor's Highway? That's where the traffic will be created from, not a tractor trailer. If they're allowed to distribute to other areas, or is there a size that of a distribution truck has to be, or can they use smaller distribution trucks? And that would create a traffic problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Please step forward.
Richard DeLay, 95 Cody Circle. And I'm a direct abutter. Hello, Commissioners. My family and I would like to thank you for your humane and honorable past decisions protecting the health and safety of so many of your neighbors.
You could please speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Reviewing a virtually identical application immediately after unanimous denial is an undue burden on the public, an undue burden on you, the Commission, and especially on the town staff. Language should be inserted similar to the wetlands regs, which prevent this for happening within a year, and that could be another thing that could be fixed if there's a pause. I will not rehash the health, safety, and quality of life issues that remain unchanged from the previous denial. But I would like to clarify a few points that have been brought up in the past few planning and zoning Zoom meetings and add some new ones. Since all meetings are available to view on YouTube, I am providing some timestamps for reference. A couple points. First, multiple others and myself called in to speak in the last hearing on February 15th, just like we had done the weeks before, and we weren't recognized or selected to speak. It appeared to be a technical issue. I'm just making sure you guys are aware of that. We didn't just blow it off. We were all there. And second, I just want to remind you that this application is not endorsed by any letter from the Economic Development Commission. One that was denied was. During the February 8th Planning and Zoning meeting, I submitted a letter informing the commission that 2 of the properties did not have a required notification signage, and they still don't to right now. At 2 hours and 56-minute mark of the meeting, in response to the chairman's question to whether all the properties require signs, town staff stated, and I quote, that I submitted a letter. Since I submitted a letter, he had received notice, which is the purpose of the signs. So I would say there was adequate notice to this application. I'm a direct abutter, and I received notification of this application by a certified letter stamped December 31st, or 23rd, because there was a parallel wetlands application which referenced the P&Z application. It was not through the 2 signs which are placed on small parcels that don't abut any of the residential zones, which inform me of the application. How this affected the awareness of the application on the 23-acre tract of land with residential zones on 3 sides is something we will not know, but is something we should not have to know. I want to point this out because the neighborhood negatively affected by this proposal has an extremely high density of immigrant households who may be less, who may be,
Cherish Lissay, 1832 John Fitch Boulevard. I'm going to say one thing quickly. Dumpsters. What time are their dumpsters going to be emptied? Because it is extremely loud when they let go and just slam on the ground.
So I want to point this out because the neighborhood negatively affected by this proposal has an extremely high density of immigrant households who may be less familiar with the town procedures, and they should not be deprived of any required notification. During the February 15th Planning and Zoning meeting, I submitted a letter explaining the vast disconnect between the proposed parking and the formula for required minimum parking spaces for warehouse expressed by table 6.2.3b. In response to the chairman's question for clarification, town staff stated at the 3-hour and 38-minute mark, quote, the parking regulation for what a warehouse would be is something like over on Chapel Road, where you have a self-storage warehouse and had 1 employee. So that is kind of the history of the warehouse minimum parking requirement, but it does not state that clearly in the regulations, unquote. And then at 3 hours and 47 minutes mark, town staff further elaborates on the parking disconnect with the table. Quote, my parking report reflects what the applicant has on their plans, unquote. And, quote, the comment I would make based on my previous comment about how warehouse has been applied previously, underneath that section you have each, quote, use not listed above. We have a section for uses that aren't listed. I would say a distribution facility is not listed. So I think that gives the commission some discretion on how they determine the parking requirements, unquote. I didn't want to paraphrase, I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to put words in anyone's mouth. I'm not trying to do anything else. First, no one considers a self-storage facility a warehouse, and that is not the history of the formula or the table. In fact, if you look at the minimum parking data table, 6.2.3b, self-storage has its own line and formula of 1 space per 25 units of storage. Secondly, just entertaining the possibility of disregarding the expressly listed warehouse use line and formula for the required minimum parking spaces for this development, whose own application contains a document called Warehouse vs. Truck Terminal, specifically arguing that it is a warehouse, is absurd at best. The South Windsor zoning regulations are no more clear or definitive on any topic than they are on the required minimum parking spaces. Table 6.2.3b, minimum required parking spaces table clearly states that the required minimum parking spaces for a warehouse is calculated by one space per 1,250 square feet.
Hi, Aaron Wolf, 642 Governor's Highway.
Thank you.
Clearly states that the required minimum parking spaces for a warehouse is calculated at one space per 1,250 square feet plus one space per employee. In the latest proposal, the applicant self-servingly misconstrues the formula, and it's on the plan. You can look at it. Misconstrues the formula by inserting a theoretical largest shift number of employees in lieu of the total employees. The parking data table has formulas for many uses derived from number of employees. It also has formulas that explicitly state, quote, number of employees per largest shift, such as it does for the use, quote, industrial and manufacturing. If the regulation was meant for warehouse minimum parking spaces to be derived from the number of employees per largest shift, it would have stated that exactly like it does elsewhere in the same table. The applicant's own economic impact report conservatively estimates there to be 300 warehouse employees. If you add those 300 spaces to the 310 derived from the warehouse and office square footage, the minimum required parking spaces for this development is 610. The applicant doesn't get to make up their own minimum required parking spaces. The regulation does. By making their own formula, it shows the applicant knows this kills the application by itself. Do you think they would just make up a formula if they didn't know that it's over, it's endgame? Regardless of all the other reasons, that's enough. And any modification can only be done in the commission's own will and for the best interests of the town, which this development has been proven by so many, including the commission, the mayor, and the public, to be the farthest thing from the best interests of the town. There is no gray area. It doesn't matter what reductions have been done before on different sites. The regulation on this matter is black and white. If you asked 1,000 people, 1,000 would agree, as long as they don't have any skin in the game. Also, the applicant appears to add 56 trailer spaces to their reserved parking total, which would mean a 359,000 square foot warehouse with 300 employees is only occupying 3 trailer spaces. This is before they had changed it. They didn't change it on everything. But they're basically using the trailer spaces. Like, are you saying that this facility just doesn't have any trailer spaces? We're just going to use all this for reserve parking? It's absurd, especially when the first application had 118 trailer spaces. Trailer spaces should not be used in any reserve parking calculation.
Why are we getting a conflict from what you have?
Ken Wolf, 642 Governor's Highway.
Though it is clearly established, the reserve parking is spectacularly insufficient, excuse me. There are a few other dangerous flaws that need to be pointed out. First, it does not appear that the south section of the perimeter road is widened to 24 feet if the notional parking is constructed. First of all, this by no means is a perimeter road. If you look at the language, it isn't a perimeter road. But if you're going to consider it a perimeter road, the entire thing should be 24 feet, not 20 feet and 20 feet. But even if they add the parking at the bottom, they don't increase the bottom to 24 feet. If the reserve, per the table 6.5.4a parking area design, if the reserve parking is built and an employee parks in the far western spot, right, to get to the entrance of sidewalk, they would either have to walk in the grass, right, but in snow, in the real world, they're going to walk on the perimeter road because there is no sidewalk okay? Clearly, there should be so there's no sidewalks planned adjacent to the northern or southern walls. By not doing that and endangering anyone that uses it, it signals that the applicant is putting impervious coverage and the required offset ahead of safety. All right, it's to jam that 15 pounds in the 5-pound bag. It's too big. As of now, the perimeter road fluctuates from 20 feet in some parts and 24 feet in others, which is inherently dangerous. And I don't even know if I've been told, like, is it in both directions? Is it a two-way street? Just that fluctuation is dangerous. Lastly, the reserve parking doesn't seem to have been reviewed in any by the wetlands. And if they say they are going to build it and they have approval, what if 8 years go by and they're going to then, like, you know, pave on a surface? Like, approvals shouldn't last that long for something to be constructed. It would have to be reevaluated, and in the reevaluation, maybe they wouldn't let them do it. But it's so spectacularly short in the required use, it's really a moot point. Like, you shouldn't waste your time. There's a few other points. The first, just from a visual and a noise perspective, when I stand in my house, our first floor is 12 feet. Like, when I'm looking out, my eyes are 12 feet above where that property, the ground level of the property line. Okay. So 5-foot plantings in a 6-foot berm.
Sharon Stimson, 55 Cody Circle.
Thank you.
5-foot planting in a 6-foot berm does nothing visually and nothing to protect noise. Zero. All right. The applicant knows this. It's been 8 months, and the only drawing that they have for how it's going to obscure is from the side. You probably have seen it, right? No one's, like, the building's here, my house is here, I'm standing here looking at the side. Like, it's the one view no one's ever going to look at. Sorry about that. Like, because if you're looked directly on, it's not going to obscure anything. Okay, after 5 years, okay, in 25 years, in theory, if everything grows perfectly, snow removal, I'm a retired Army engineer officer, and I have been in the National Guard, and I've been activated on many blizzard responses, all right? And the applicant snow plane, which I just saw tonight, has a 0% chance of happening in the real world. If snow is stored like that, it will be the first time ever. They're going to store that snow in parking spaces, all right? And when they do that, they're already short on parking spaces. It's just going to eat it up and cause more of a disturbance, all right? Perimeter road, honestly, I could go on for an hour. It's already late enough, guys. And it's such a, if it was golf, it would be a gimme, man. It's just, it's not a perimeter road. And I said I wouldn't repeat anything. My daughter is an exception. She's 11 years old, legally blind, and severely disabled. She spends 99% of her life locked to that property that's abuts this disaster. The school system comes to our house. She has nursing 18 hours a day. She doesn't get a chance to leave to go where there's not going to be noise and there's not going to be air pollution. The noise and air pollution will destroy the quality of life that she has left, all right? 2 blind child area signs have been placed on Cody Circle for 2 years before the applicant purchased this property. One last thing is, guys, well, to my daughter, like, beside her family and her nurses, you guys are the most important people in her life right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? did you have your hand up? Yeah, okay. No one else? Okay, we do have letters to read into the record also. So, are you quick, or should I read our letters?
With your permission, I will be very quick.
Okay, thank you.
Derek Butler from 596 Governor's Highway. In regards to safe and orderly flow, I've got discrepancies in the Haskett peer review, the Poison distribution model. They list times for offloading at 1 to 2 hours very easily. Anytime there's a non-palletized load, which happens about 30%, with freight stacked on the floor that has to be handled, these unload times are 4 to 5 hours. Average is about 4 hours. Most importantly, though, in all of the, using the MMQing analysis, the Poison distribution model, there's been no study given or time allocated to the loading activity that has to happen. It's all been directed at inbound. In our business, we've got inbound traffic and outbound. Outbound loading takes twice as long. It takes half the assets and labor, equipment, facilities, and building. Take up as much as half of the loading dock doors for loading outbound. Not everything comes in and just stays, right? So when you look at the ITE service parameters projected, the Poison distribution model, you've got to take into effect that as much as half of the loading dock doors are going to be used for loading trucks outbound. It's not just an inbound facility. That's based on my personal experience of running and managing these operations for over 40 years. So using the traffic flow, 19 trucks an hour, maybe being down to half of the loading dock doors, by 11 o'clock in the morning, you could be out of dock doors and out of queuing spaces. I'm going to leave that one alone. I've got more analysis for you in the report the write-up that I gave for you. But I want to real quickly open up again this distribution terminal, distribution center versus freight terminal, and I have managed, worked, and operated in both, right? So these multi-function facilities, the ones that I work in, you can have an area that is designed for storage, crating, pick and pack, but then you also have a major operation involved in loading and unloading trucks. And we take a look at labeling sites, these types of sites, you've got to look at the usage. The usage should determine the label for the site. Applicant site has multiple functions as well, but 54 loading docks, 209 trucks a day. The preponderance of the work is going to be loading and unloading trucks. 209 trucks a day is more volume than some of the truck terminals that I've worked in my lifetime. 209 trucks a day is an awful lot of activity. NYU Rudin Center for Transportation Policy and Management produced a report for the New York DOT. Urban distribution centers, a means to reduce freight miles traveled. Section A4, they're calling these centers city terminals. In my opinion, you've got to look at the usage, and I'm going to let it go with that.
No, hold on. We limit people to 3 minutes, but if there are no other speakers, you are welcome to continue. I see one. Okay.
I'm going to leave you with one thought on the distribution center versus warehouse versus terminal. If I apply to the commission to put a convenience store on the corner of Governor's Highway and Route 5, but in that application I request venting for 54 pizza ovens, am I a convenience store or a major pizza house? Just leave that for you. It should be tied to the function of the building, the function of the work.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, not to nitpick, but I believe I'm owed 3 minutes from the last round. I have a bunch of coaches that passed me notes saying you had 12 minutes and you were only given 9. I promise not to use up any of that allowance.
Okay, thank you.
So, is it coming up? Yeah. There it is. Okay, so I think you've heard enough about parking. You can certainly read my input. I don't want to belabor this parking issue any further, but certainly there's data that support the town's regulation. Okay, I'm just going to do a chart flip through here. A few of us engineers by training and profession met with the town engineer back in November. During that conversation, I mentioned that I thought the town public improvement specifications required catch basins when a development street meets a current town road. He said he was going to check into it. This new plan, the catch basins here on Governor's Highway, well, there's one, and it's at least 50 feet back from Governor's Highway. You're all longtime residents. I'm sure you've driven through the puddles on Governor's Highway. Be nice to get some relief here. Also, where the truck entrance is, there's no catch basins directly there. I'm not going to belabor this. What's more concerning is I said, all right, if this doesn't meet the town public improvement specifications, what else might be amiss here? And I'll refer you to the stormwater management report. The key punchline there is that all the stormwater from this facility will exit through a 36-inch pipe on Carlos Pasta's site to the Newberry Brook. The Newberry Brook has already been covered by Mr. Brian Wiley, who's a fluids engineer by training and profession, so I'm not going to cover that. But what we did do was we got a hold of the improvement location survey record for Carlos Pasta's addition, and for the record, sheet V2, page 2 of 3 of that document. First off, the exit from the basin is 24 inches, according to that survey, not 36 inches like it states in the study. Of greater concern, though, is that this piping system goes through 3 segments. There's the 24-inch segment, and then it joins to a 36-inch segment. And the most southeasterly pipe segment that goes down to the nexus of the Newberry Brook, if you will, has a slope of only 0.33%. And that's significantly below the town of South Windsor improvement minimum of 0.5% slope. Basically, if the pipe is not tilted enough, you can get sedimentation occurring, and in particular, this pipe is corrugated plastic. That means during the digging and burial, it could actually flex. You can think of it bananing up or bananing down, and it could essentially have no or even a negative slope in some places. Without slope, the water won't flow very well. Specifically, South Windsor Specification 2.3.0, storm drains will be designed to maintain a minimum velocity when the pipe is full. However, at no time will the slope be less than 0.5%. There's other potential concerns with stormwater management plan. I have a day job just like you do. I'm going to try and get together a letter report to the town engineer with some of the other findings here. And just leave you with this artist rendition of a 278,000 square foot warehouse being built in Shodok, New York. Note the very wide perimeter road, referring to South Windsor 6.6.4-I. The applicant lacks an auto turn analysis showing that South Windsor's largest fire apparatus, like a ladder truck, could get around the building. And this also affects the queuing. If you look at this, this is set on 56 acres. It has almost 500 parking spaces, even though it's smaller than this proposed development. And it has a sound fence that's 1,500 feet long, it's along the back here, and 20 feet high. So it's a very interesting to compare this site to what they're trying to jam onto 30 acres here, and I'll bid you adieu for the night. By the way, the drainage issues raised by Mr. Brian Wiley and also by myself, you don't have to take my word entirely for it. We have here a letter from Mr. John Hapkowitz, who is a civil engineer with a professional engineering license, and he specifically calls out issues that Mr. Brian Wiley's noted in his report, so I won't repeat that, but also this issue of the pipe slope being inadequate to drain the entire facility. And I'll submit this to the record. copies for everybody. I have one extra if it's needed.
Oh, I was waiting for the paper to come around. Anyone else? Please step forward.
This is John Hapkowitz, 44 Cody Circle. Mr. Holozak referenced me there, so I figured I should speak as well. So I won't go in and repeat what John just said about my letter, about my concerns as a professional engineer, but I would like to back up some of Derek's statements, and I believe the board talked about it at one of the previous meetings about having full auto turn analysis done on the site to make sure these trucks can maneuver. I mean, some adjustments were made, but I mean, we've got our folks here running the auto turn when I believe that onus should be on the applicant to provide that to you to ensure what they're saying works and what Derek's saying doesn't. I think they owe that to us, along with the directional movements throughout the site, to show that it is acceptable. So, being here, I just wanted to chime in on Hollis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak at tonight's hearing? Hearing and seeing none, we'll turn to letters.
Getting down through the stack until I get to the letters. So one of the letters was from Mr. Butler, and it was actually covered, I think, adequately by his presentation. And
yeah, I think you have a couple that will be repeats.
I'm sorry?
You have a couple that are repeats that came and presented tonight. There was a couple that presented their letters tonight that you'll find.
Remind me if I happen to start reading one. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. This is from Mr. Edlund, Christopher Edlund. He doesn't give his address, or maybe he will. Please pass on to the Planning and Zoning Board. As you know, no provision was added in the site plan for snow removal and storage on regarding the proposed warehouse with 400 tractor-trailer trucks a day off 25 Talbot Lane. With that many trailers leaving during a snow event, shouldn't a device to remove snow from the top of the trailers be required of drivers on Governor's Highway when they leave? I just want to make sure there's no more text. Okay. This is from trying to figure out who it's from, but it says, hello, Michelle Leip. Christopher Edlund has sent you a message via your contact form. It's Town of South Windsor. Oh, okay, this is just forwarding that message. And then it says, I request that my comment be allowed at the March 8 Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. I, Christopher Edlund of 11 Belden Road, South Windsor, request the Commission not to approve the application for 25 Talbot Lane warehouse because I truly believe it will result in a hazardous environment to many residents. And now we have from Jim Clyburn of 35 Cody Circle. Please do the right thing for these neighborhoods, protect our children's and our health and our health, our children's and our health and the community as a whole. Don't yield to pressure from elected officials and favored designers. This will cost taxpayers in terms of road destruction, maintenance, drainage, police and fire protection, public works, etc. There seems to be an attachment from Consumer Reports, but it isn't clear what that is. This is from Deborah Beecham, 120 Hilton Drive. Dear Commissioner, once again, I please implore you to vote no to the 25 Talbot Lane warehouse. This area is not conducive to such large amounts of tractor-trailer traffic. The parcel would be better used for a smaller business. I also read the old Waybest Chicken property has been sold, making that an opportunity for more tractor-trailer traffic on Route 5. Please, we do not need more commerce of this kind in our town. When is enough? I moved to this area because of its small, safe, quiet neighborhood. Ellington Road, Route 5 is a nightmare in morning traffic. Pleasant Valley Road is a pothole disaster all the way down. Governor's Highway is not built for this increase in trucks. Just say no. Thank you once again, Deborah Beecham. Do you want to read a few? Or are you following along? Or should I read one more while you get organized? Yeah, I'll read one more while she gets organized. And this letter is from Jesse Gimarino from 19 Judy Lane. I am writing in opposition to the project trying to pass at 1225 Talbot Lane. This property should not be allowed as it seems to be a freight distribution facility and not a warehouse as the owner is trying to convince the town. This property is not appropriate operating 24/7 within a residential neighborhood. It will cause property value loss, potential flooding by water displacement, excessive noise after hours, drainage to public roads, i.e. health risks from excess emissions. There have been enough opposition to this and did not pass the planning and zoning the first time. The property in question is 4 parcels, not 1. I have heard there are also easement issues with the MDC and a possible discrepancy with the town still owning an old roadway passing through. Please stop this from going any further. The Giamarinos, and they have attached apparently nothing.
Dear Chairman Pasakonis, I'm writing on behalf of the Hartford Audubon Society, which is a vibrant, all-volunteer conservation organization in Hertford County. We own and manage the HAS Nature Reserve at 621 Main Street, known as Station 43. The preserve is located in the Connecticut River floodplain and is one of the most productive inland bird watching sites in Connecticut. It is also a special focus area of the Silvio Conte National Fish and Wildlife Refuge. 10 endangered, 9 threatened, and 9 special concern bird species have been reported there, among 229 total bird species. Station 43 comprises 9.1 acres of shallow pond and marsh, bordered by over 400 acres of wetland, meadows, and active farmland on our southwest and north boundaries, and by 100 acres of wooded higher ground to the east. The trail entrance for the property is directly opposite where Newberry Road intersects with Main Street. We are writing to express our serious concern about the potential for increased stormwater drainage from the proposed new development at 25 Talbot Lane. The extensive impervious surface proposed for the development, coupled with the limited on-site stormwater detention areas, could adversely affect our preserve. We ask the Commission to carefully examine the developer's revised stormwater management plan and ensure that there will be no net increase in discharge from their property. We thank you for your careful review of this application. Annette Pasick, President, Hartford Audubon Society, Inc.
This is Lawrence Waxman. Sorry, this is from Lawrence Waxman of 190 Debbie Drive. As a resident in favor of prudent economic development in town, I stand strongly against the proposed development of 25 Talbot Lane. There would be too much noise and large amounts of truck traffic added to our local roads, and more critically, these would significantly affect the residential area abutting the site. My home is about 3 miles from I-84, yet I can hear traffic noise on most days, especially if it's overcast. I can only imagine the impact of the noise of trucks pulling in and out or backing up only a few dozen yards away from my home. I hope the PZC will strongly weight the concern for nearby residents as you consider the net effect of the planned development. Our town residents should be the priority. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, Michelle Lipe, Diana Rose, Vandermark has sent you a message. My name is Diana Rose Vandermark. I've lived at 694 Governor's Highway for 60 years. I'm opposed to this warehouse being built on a residential street. I would like this email read out loud at the March 8th meeting, please.
Okay, this is the agenda. Now, these are additional letters that were received that have not been distributed to the members. This is from Dan Chesja of 3 Barber Road. I'm writing to the Planning and Zoning Commission to voice my disapproval of the yet again proposed warehouse project at 25 Talbot Lane. And he cites the application number 282-01P. This project is an inappropriate use of this land that will most certainly destroy the property values of the residents in the surrounding area due to its massive size and proximity. There are plenty of other places in town where this warehouse can be built that won't affect the residents and will have much better access to the highway system. It is shameful that somebody would even consider to do this project and hurt people in this way.
I am submitting the below statement to be read. I would like to start by thanking this commission for all your hard work and dedication, due diligence. Then it cites.
Maybe tilt your microphone down.
Cites section 4.5.1, which I will read. The purpose of the industrial zone is to afford South Windsor areas reserved for industrial uses which constitute well-planned, functional, aesthetically pleasing environments for a prosperous industrial community and which, by design, are compatible with abutting zones and uses. Nothing about this design is compatible with the abutting industrial properties, and it is certainly not compatible with the abutting residential properties. This application does not meet the criteria set forth by this regulation. Then it cites our section 6.4.3B, minimum parking spaces required, 1 space per 1,250 square foot of warehouse space, plus 1 space per employee. In multiple sections of this chart, when the minimum parking standards are determined by number of employees during the largest shift, that requirement is specifically noted. In the section labeled warehouses, it implicitly states 1 parking space per employee. There is nothing either expressed nor implied that limits this requirement to number of employees per shift. The applicant's fiscal impact analysis, they claim that this facility will create 408 new jobs, and that was a conservative estimate. That would require a minimum of 695 parking spaces. This application does not meet the criteria set forth by these regulations. Section 4.5.6, paragraph 4 states, service areas and loading docks must be screened from public streets and residential areas. The loading docks proposed in this application are not screened from the abutting residential properties on Edgewood Drive, nor are they screened from Talbot Lane. This application does not meet the criteria set forth by these regulations. Our section 6.4.8, quote, loading docks shall not face a public highway. According to Merriam-Webster, a highway is defined as a public way. Talbot Lane, by definition, is a public way. All of the loading docks in this application face Talbot Lane. This application does not meet the criteria set forth by these regulations. Our section 4.1.5, quote, on-site queuing provisions must be adequate to prevent site-generated traffic from queuing on public streets. I have been in the trucking and logistics industry for 18 years, where I've held and currently hold a Class A CL. The proposed truck queuing shown on the application will create a bottleneck. Who's this from? Hold on a second. The proposed truck queuing shown in this application will create bottlenecking, which will force drivers to queue on public roads. When drivers show up hours in advance of their scheduled pickup times, they will park on public roads. When drivers are unloading and are waiting for their next assignment, they will park on public roads. The site traffic plan does not provide adequate and sufficient room for tractor-trailers to maneuver safely to and from the designated queuing area. In addition, once this facility is operational, there is little to nothing that can be done to stop the tenant from using that queuing area as a trailer storage, which would further decrease the amount of queuing space and further increase the use of town-owned roads for queuing. This application does not meet the requirements set forth by these regulations. Section 4.1.5, delivery areas must be located so that normal operations are not impeded or compromised. Section 6.4.8B, paragraph 3, sufficient on-site vehicular maneuvering area must be provided. Access and egress for loading areas shall be designed to provide adequate, safe maneuvers in a manner that does not compromise the efficiency and safety of parking areas. Goes on to say drivers will be forced to blindside back into many of the proposed parking spaces. Avoiding blindside backing is something that is drilled into new drivers during training because these types of maneuvers are extremely dangerous. When performing a blindside back, the visibility of the trailer is reduced to near zero. These types of facilities are typically designed to strategically eliminate the need for blindside backing. This site plan does not provide adequate and sufficient room for trucks to maneuver efficiently or safely into parking spaces on this site. And there's one last section, 4.1.1a, freight terminals require a special exception application. Wikipedia defines a freight terminal as a processing node for freight. If freight is processed, loaded or unloaded, by definition, it is a freight terminal. If any portion of this building will be used to process freight, which is a main function of both warehouses and distribution centers, it is considered a freight terminal and does not qualify for a site plan approval. On various occasions, the applicant has submitted documents to show why they believe this is not a truck terminal, but has failed to provide any concrete evidence to support this facility or any part thereof is not a freight terminal. This application does not meet the criteria set forth. And this is from Rui Costa, and Mr. Costa lives at 152 Edgewood Drive.
Okay, so this is from Richard Delhay, and I think we already heard from him. Oh, this is a different topic, okay. Just so, because he wasn't speaking into the mic, Mr. Delhay just told us that this is a different topic. Dear Planning and Zoning Commissioners, I would like to state that I, like Commissioner Wagner, feel the town regulations require this proposal to proceed through the subdivision process. These 4 industrial properties were deliberately created through the subdivision process. These 4 properties are not the same as their sum. Small, 4 acres or less industrial properties are populated by completely different businesses than the massive 30-acre properties. These small businesses are generally machine shops, fabricators, and other technical specialists, which require a skilled workforce of highly trained employees, not unlike the many current Governor's Highway and Nutmeg Road companies who have submitted letters of concern and opposition to this development. The current 3 small industrial subdivision lots were designed to attract businesses with skilled jobs, complementary to the unskilled positions common to larger industrial sites entering the town. Maybe let me just start. Complementary to the unskilled positions common to larger industrial sites, ensuring the town a diverse employment base. Merging these properties without the subdivision process arbitrarily rescinds this past planning. This would eliminate the opportunity to bring skilled, knowledge-based jobs to South Windsor, replacing them with only the already plentiful warehouse associate positions. South Windsor subdivision regulations defines a re-subdivision by whether a change in a map of an approved or recorded subdivision or re-subdivision affects any area reserved therein for public use. And he's referring to page 10. The proposed 25 Talbot development abuts 2 town subdivision open space lots, 70 Cody and R016 Edgewood. R016 is, just for everyone's knowledge, how we refer to an address that doesn't have an occupant yet. which are reserved for public use and enjoyment. Merging these lots clearly affects these public areas in the same manner that drives the broad neighborhood opposition. Changing the current configuration to a massive 30-acre lot would allow for a much larger and harsher development with its more severe noise, air, and visual pollution. As property owners, if consolidating lots behind your own houses had the potential to double or triple the size of adjacent development, would you feel affected? Of course you would, just as merging these parcels affects the town's open space. Please consider these points for future applications on site.
This application, if approved, will have adverse effects on public health and safety. Who's this from? Okay. Hold, please. Derek. This is okay, right? We don't need to read it? Okay.
I think she just got off easy. So this letter is from Kathy Ryan, titled Infrastructure, Safety, Fairness, and Economics All Point to No for the Mega Warehouse. My name is Kathy Ryan. As the property owner of 455 Governor's Highway and part owner of Ryan Business Systems, Inc., a South Windsor taxpayer since 1986, I cannot overstate the negative impact that the proposed mega warehouse truck terminal will have on my property, our business, and other businesses, on our neighbors, and on the town of South Windsor. And this paragraph is titled Infrastructure. Plain and simple, Governor's Highway is not built to accommodate the truck traffic that is proposed. Putting hundreds of tractor trailers a day on Governor's Highway is a recipe for disaster. Please consider all of the following: the limited width of the road, the inability to turn, the impact on all businesses as these trucks make their way through, but most importantly, think of the intersection with Route 5 and the railroad tracks near that intersection. Turns from Governor's Highway onto Route 5 and turns from Route 5 onto Governor's Highway can in no way handle this volume. It would be a mistake to think otherwise. Next paragraph is labeled Safety. Governor's Highway, a narrow two-lane road with hundreds of trucks a day. Joggers, walkers, and cyclists would all be at great risk with this type of traffic. Economics. Our business and property will be negatively affected. Residential homes will also be negatively impacted and go down and bring down go the property values, as will the town of South Windsor as it loses its attractiveness for residential buyers in favor of mega warehouses. This is a bad economic equation for the town of South Windsor, area businesses, and residents. Fairness. Finally, and most importantly, it is so incredibly wrong to subject the longtime residents and taxpayers to such a massive structure that will negatively impact their quality of life, not to mention the upset to the ecosystems on that land. The 24/7 noise and light pollution, the exhaust fumes, the encroachment on property lines, to name a few, just the wrong thing to do. The mega warehouse facilities on Route 30 have forever changed that route and the surrounding residential areas, not for the better. Please do the right thing and vote no to subjecting Governor's Highway and the abutting neighborhoods to the same demise. I think this is the last letter.
Dear Commissioners, some people might argue 25 Talbot Lane project is just one of the many warehouse projects in South Windsor. What they refuse, this is from Wee Zhang. Is that okay? You already went through this?
That's it.
Okay, so at this point, we will turn to commissioners. And if there's no other public comment, hearing none, we'll turn to commissioners. Commissioner Bernstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of comments and maybe a question or two. So at the beginning, or towards the beginning of the evening, Attorney Connor passed out a document I'm not sure all of us have had the opportunity to review everything that was handed to us. I took a quick glance at this, and what it seems to suggest is that if a site plan complies with all the zoning regulations, that we as the commission are required to approve it. I'm kind of paraphrasing what I think it's saying. I thought our mandate was to make the best decisions in the interest of South Windsor. I could be wrong. In looking at the minutes from last time, there were 4 instances where there was a similar tone taken, in that seems to suggest that if the applicant is complying with all the town's rules and regulations, that there is some obligation for us to approve it. And what it does is it makes me think about, because you can do something, does that mean that you should do it? And I was left with the thought that you can build a campfire on a frozen pond, but should you? So in listening to all the testimony and all the discussion, I'm still left with a lot of issues that bother me. I'm still left with things relating to harm to public safety and health, disturbance due to disturbance to the peace due to the extreme levels of noise, disturbance to the lighting plan because of the lighting plan, the 24/7 operation, the infrastructure and pounding of the trucks, damage to habitat and wildlife, concerns about property value, not to even mention all the discussion about queuing, drainage, snow storage, and I think I still believe that this is a freight terminal based on the number of doors. So those are some of my concerns. I do have one question for Mr. Hesketh. Mr. Hesketh, one question.
If you could come to the podium, please.
So the question was raised by someone from the public, and it piqued my curiosity about your experience in having performed queuing studies for warehouses. So I would just ask you to comment on that, please.
Certainly. For the record, Scott Hesketh, yes, I have been preparing traffic impact reports for over 35 years. I've done queuing analysis studies, as he's indicated, at numerous locations, generally mostly for drive-through windows and the like. In all the years of doing traffic impact reports, this is the first time that queuing at a warehouse facility has ever come up. So this is the first time that a need has ever arisen to provide a queuing analysis. But the queuing analysis is the same types of queuing analysis we have done at all the other locations. So yes, this is the first time we've done one for a warehouse, but we've been doing queuing analysis for the past probably 15 or 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Cavagnaro.
Thank you. I have a few comments. Same thing with Commissioner Bernstein. There are a few things raised in the public tonight that I would just like some clarification to from our applicant. The mention of Regulation 6.4.3b with the warehouse definition of 1 space per 1,250 square feet plus 1 space per employee. I also have another regulation that I was hoping to get an answer to from you guys, 2.6.0 with catch basins within 50 feet of the entrance. Those are 2 regulations I'd just kind of like to hear a little bit more from you guys, if possible.
Thank you. For the record again, Ben Wheeler from Design Professionals. With regards to the questions on parking and whether this facility has sufficient parking or not, when we get involved with any site design, obviously one of the first things that we do is take a look at the regulations and how they apply to the goals of the developer. personally, I've been fortunate to be involved with several similar type facilities in South Windsor. By my count, 5 warehouse distribution centers from the start. I believe they were the 5 most recently approved in town. In addition to that, I was involved with 2 more, either changes to original approvals or subsequent expansions. And our firm, in its 36-year history, has certainly been involved in more in this town. We submitted as part of the record, I don't need to go into all the details, but data for 16 similar facilities that have been approved by this commission in this town. The reason I state that is when it comes to parking, we do believe that we meet the requirements as a part of the zoning regulations, especially looking at our previous history and how this commission has interpreted those regulations in the past. There have been other applications out of the 16 that we have mentioned that have referred to the number of employees on the largest shift. There have been numerous that have used reserved parking areas to meet the minimum required as a part of zoning. And there have also been others that have included the trailer spaces as a part of the parking count. So based on our knowledge, that history, and the way the regulations have been applied in the past, we feel that the number of parking spaces that are proposed do meet the regulation with regards to parking, and especially warehouse and distribution centers, as has been outlined with the testimony. If you could state that other regulation again that you wanted clarification on.
Yeah, certainly. 2.6.0, it was a document provided to us by an individual. I was just curious. Basically, it deals with the intersection drainage. The font on here is yellow, but what I wrote down is, it says no catch basins present within 50 feet of the entrance. On the document, it also says where a development street joins an existing town street, the developer must provide drainage at the intersection as necessary. I apologize for putting those 2 regulations in one question.
That, I believe, is referring to the public improvement specifications, not the zoning regulations. But I would be happy to comment on that as well. As a part of the review of this application and also the review of the similar site design that was submitted previously, we worked with the town engineer, and he recognized that there is a section of Governor's Highway that does have some drainage issues. We did address those by providing notes on the plan to provide grading for sheet flow off of Governor's Highway. And I believe that since we have not received any subsequent comments to that effect, that we have adequately addressed his comment in that area.
All right, thank you. I have a few more comments, no more for the applicant. I have a compliment or a comment for the intervener. Thank you for clarifying my comment that I made at the last meeting. I went over the report as one of the exhibits presented. I agreed with a lot of the information. Again, I just saw the dates, and I just wanted to comment and I wanted to make sure that the exhibit, like for the context provided, it was still in use. So I appreciate you answering that, because that was what I was hoping to get for. And finally, I don't usually do this, but I see we have a packed room tonight, and I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and hanging in till almost 10 o'clock. I know this takes time out of your lives, and I really do appreciate seeing everyone here tonight. So thank you. Those are all my comments tonight.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner LeBlanc.
Thank you. I don't really have any comments yet. We're handing a lot of paper tonight. We had some good testimony from the public, and they have a lot to read, and I'd like to catch up on it before I really give off some good questions or answers here.
I have to remind the commission that due to statutes, we have to close this public hearing tonight unless the applicant is willing to give an extension. So get out as much as you can, and we'll make a decision at the end of the night of what's going to happen.
Okay, fair enough. I'll cycle back, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Foley.
Right now, I'm good. The questions I had and comments were, Mr. Bernstein had asked them, and I've heard enough comment from both sides tonight, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wagner.
First of all, I think we ought to have a formal motion to incorporate the record from the previous application.
Microphone, please.
I think we ought to have a formal motion to incorporate the record from application 21-36P. Attorney Connor was saying it's okay. I guess it's okay if we want to do that, but I think we have to say we want to do it. So I move that we incorporate into the record for this application material presented for application 2136P, except as modified by for the current application.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the previous information provided for previous application. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Under discussion, you have the right to talk up the motion if you wish.
I'm just concerned that, you know, the emphasis of the presentation by the applicant was to tell us what changed, and I appreciate that because it made things easier for everybody. We didn't go through the entire application, but there was a material presented that I think maybe commented on when we get into our discussion, and I want to make sure that we aren't called to, we aren't told that that's an error when we incorporate that material in our discussion after the hearing is closed.
Okay.
And I just see Attorney Connor would like to comment, so I'll invite him to
Mr. Chairman,
comment.
I might make a point of order on that. If we could inquire of the staff whether the materials that were submitted are still on the website for the public to have viewed and commented on.
I've seen the website in the last day or so.
Materials from the last application still remain on the website.
They're still up on the website.
They are correct,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, under discussion, is the applicant comfortable with incorporating everything from the previous? Because otherwise, from my recollection of the presentation, it would be incomplete otherwise.
Mr. Chairman, I think the applicant's only concern was the one I just expressed, that there not be any defect in the proceedings because the materials were no longer readily accessible to the public for comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. I spent some time looking at the traffic study. Oops, I got the wrong one here. I'm referring to the study that was presented in January from Langen. I added up the arrows on figures 4 and 7, which deal with the peak trips. And my calculation shows that the peak trips, the total peak trips morning and evening together increased by 43%. There were 413 new trips during the peak hours, the 2 peak hours, out of 943 had you not have, as the baseline. So that's where the 43% comes. And that's at the Route 5 intersection. or 22%, 118 over 622 at the Ellington Road intersection. The report shows no change in levels of service in Table 3 on page 11. However, there's a substantial increase in queue lengths for westbound traffic on Talbot Lane and southbound left turns on Route 5. By the way, those percentages, if we accept the information provided by Mr. Holozak, probably off by a factor of 2. So there's not much improvement when you do the signal timing optimization. The 2 queues are already level of service E and D, Echo and Delta. And what strikes me is that we're taking a bad situation, which level E represents, and making it worse by adding 43% and 22%. Well, at least on the 43% on Route 5. If we're adding something more like 80% based on the comment that we received earlier tonight, that would even be worse. So I guess I'd offer you a chance to comment, and then I guess that'd be Mr. Heskett. If you'd like to hear the rest of my questions, and then you can come up, maybe that would be a better way. The January study shows 0 trucks from the facility in the section of Governor's Highway between Talbot Lane and Ellington Road, and that's on figure 6. The sign on Governor's Highway across from Talbot Lane only limits tractor trailers from turning right. So what is a more realistic contribution from peak truck traffic in the section between Talbot Lane and Ellington Road? And what's the impact on the Ellington Road intersection performance? And finally, on this subject, on page 9 of the study, it states that 25 feet per vehicle is used for the queuing length calculation. If much longer trucks are in the queue, how are the lengths affected? So, Mr. Heskett, if you could come and address those 3 comments.
I've got here in front of me, again, for the record, Scott Hesketh. I've got here in front of me copies of tables 2 and 3 of the Langen report, which, again,
Excuse me, could you move the microphone to so it's in front of you? Thank you.
I've got copies of tables 2 and 3 of the Langen report, which present the level of service summaries for the of the intersections which they had studied. It says here that during the morning peak hour, the intersection of Route 5 and Governor's Highway operates at level service C with about 33 seconds of delay. And under the combined conditions, it'd be level service D of 38 seconds of delay. And if the state were to include the signal timing, the intersection would be level service C of 33 seconds of delay. So it would be virtually no impact on the overall operations of the intersection. And I believe that's similar during the afternoon peak hours based on the reviews of the table. Are there impacts to specific legs of the intersection? Certainly, but we tend to look at overall impacts at the intersection. That's the way that the Department of Transportation likes to do it. They're ultimately maintain jurisdiction over that roadway through the OSTA review process. And it's my understanding that an application has been made to OSTA. It's been under review, and I believe all comments with OSTA have been addressed to date, and we're waiting on this commission to make a rendering on the site plan before OSTA moves forward with whatever approval they may move forward with. In terms of the question on trucking, it's my understanding, yes, traffic turning movement counts were done at the intersection of Talbot Lane and the Governor's Highway, and they recorded the volumes of trucks going in both directions on the roadway. There was one of the During one of the peak hours, there were 0 trucks coming from the Governor's Highway toward the residential neighborhoods. That's what they observed. That's what they reported. We are not proposing to add any truck traffic because it's my understanding there is a restriction in town for truck traffic on that particular section of roadway. So the traffic report demonstrates that all truck traffic to and from this facility should use Talbot Lane and head toward Route 5. And I think the applicant has agreed to reinforce that with signage to have trucks go in that direction.
Maybe I'll interrupt you before you go on to the next topic. That has been discussed previously, and it's been, and maybe you weren't here, but it's been, we've been informed that that restriction is completely unenforceable, and therefore we have to consider the trucks, and trucks do now go through there. And both, some of the trucks are, the restriction right now, even if it were enforceable, applies to tractor trailers. I assume that not all of your trucks are going to be tractor trailers. So if you could address, you know, what's more realistic and the fact that, that even the restriction on tractor trailers can't be enforced.
Agreed. I think your regulation is unenforceable, but the applicant, in trying to be neighborly, was going to impose that restriction upon themselves. If traffic is to go in that direction, I would assume the most logical directional distribution would be similar to the distribution of the regular traffic, which would be probably in the range of 20 to 30% of trucks. Tractor trailer trucks, more likely, they would head toward Route 5 because that's the easiest, most convenient destination to the highways, unless they had local deliveries in the Buckland Hills area. So it's probably in the range of 20 to 25% of truck traffic if that were to occur. And the other statement you had is the, yes, in the capacity analysis calculations, the capacity analysis calculations and the queuing analysis is done based on the highway capacity manual. The highway capacity manual runs through a series of calculations. It assigns levels of delay and the like, and calculates the queuing based on the volume of traffic, the timing at the intersections, and it assigns a potential queuing for the intersection. The way one takes into account that trucks also use the roadway as opposed to passenger vehicles is you assign a certain percentage of truck traffic, and the truck traffic represents a certain number of passenger car units. So if the calculation in the analysis indicates 100 feet of queuing on average, then it might be 4 passenger vehicles, or it could be 1 tractor trailer truck and 1 passenger vehicle. So yes, 25 feet is typically used for the queuing of a passenger vehicle, and a truck would be in the range of 75 feet, but the queuing analysis is based on the, from the analysis is based on the length of the queue in feet, and you could distribute that however you wish to whatever types of vehicles you wish. But the number of vehicles, truck traffic is included in the percentage of truck traffic in the analysis.
Okay, so let me go back to your response to my first question. I was referring on table 3, there's a line labeled WBLTR, which I assume means westbound left turn, and that would be westbound on Talbot Lane, turning left through or right, actually, is what that, I believe, means, although there's no definition in here what those abbreviations mean. And that is operating at level E, and in your existing conditions, the queuing length was, the 95% queuing length was 256 feet, the 50% was 130 feet. That jumped, even with the signal optimization, to 166 and 321. So I still contend that that's made a bad situation worse for that particular direction. The other direction where We had a level D was southbound turning left. Southbound would be coming off of Route 5, turning left onto Talbot Lane. You show, 46 to 91 feet queuing length for existing conditions, and that changes to 79 to 178 feet for the signal optimization version of the study. So it does appear to me that, again, we've made a bad situation worse with that particular level of service.
The analysis does indicate that the queue lengths do get longer, but that the vehicles do not wait any longer period of time. It just means that more of them arrive during the cycle length and need to be accommodated until such time as the light turns green and they can exit the intersection. So yes, there's more vehicles arriving, but they, according to the analysis, they have the same average delay times. So yes, there's more storage, but the same number of vehicles get through the intersection.
All right, thank you for that answer. Can you just explain to me what VC ratio is?
Volume to capacity.
And that means?
You have a capacity of 1,000 vehicles and you have a volume of 500, then your VC ratio would be 0.5.
All right, thank you. I'd like to move on to my next question. During the hearing for application 2136P, I cited references that describe the roles of truck terminals. The applicant cited ratios of loading docks to floor area versus distribution center warehouses that favored looking at this as a distribution center warehouse. However, Commissioner Bernstein, who just spoke again, cited the number of doors. To me, and I think one of our members of the public just said the same thing. To me, it's the use of the thing that determines whether it's a terminal or a distribution center. The use, in my mind, that would represent a freight terminal or a truck terminal would be if the outgoing traffic is going to the end user, to the retail locations, like the Macy's would be going to Macy's stores, and the Home Depot is going to Home Depot stores, or are they going to a series of other warehouses? So, a truck terminal, to me, the use would be different. I would consider it a truck terminal if our vehicles our outgoing vehicles are going to other warehouses as part of their thing. So, you've already told us that you don't know who's going to be your tenant. And I'm not asking you to tell us who that might be, because maybe you don't even know. But I'd like to know, if we were to put conditions on your approval, what conditions could we put that would prevent this use from turning into a truck terminal type of use, as I just described? And I guess maybe Mr. Wheeler could answer that, or Attorney O'Connor, I don't know. One of you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Again, for the record, James Connor for the applicant. First and foremost, you would be approving a particular use. The town has a zoning enforcement officer who knows what that use is, who is able to conduct inspections, and who can, if they determine that there is an occupant of that building who is using it for some use other than as a warehouse and distribution center, can issue a cease and desist order and stop that operation. We're asking for a discrete use, and we are not inviting any additional conditions where there would be some form of enforcement that we're singled out for that is not applied to other warehouse and distribution center owners in the town of South Windsor. We have a right to the equal protection of the law, and we don't expect to have a custom-made regime of enforcement of our use and who our tenants can be. But it's quite simple, and I believe I've mentioned some of the case law to this effect in the memo that I submitted earlier, that an applicant is entitled to describe its facility as it is. That I think in the hearing on the prior application, the analogy I made is to the various home occupation permits that are special uses in this town, and that the commission does not require every person who gets a permit to build a single-family house to simultaneously file applications to get approved for every conceivable home occupation use that some occupant of that house might choose to engage in. So our application speaks for itself. It's for a warehouse and distribution center. If my client or a purchaser or tenant uses it for something else, this commission, the town have a number of tools in the toolkit to stop an illegal use should that occur.
And so how do we know when it's become a truck terminal? When the use is suddenly, 10 years down the road, your second tenant, whatever.
Well, I think we've included in the record some of the industry standards for what constitutes a truck terminal. I think that some of its characteristics are that there is not substantial on-site storage of goods. The goods are on the move, that the occupant of the facility is in fact in the transportation industry and is not a wholesaler, a retailer, or manufacturer that is handling goods for the part of its own distribution chain. So that if somebody were to substantially strip down the amount of inventory that's kept there and it's just cross-dock, again, physically it's not configured for cross-dock movement, but if it's a cross-dock operation at some point in the future with no warehouse or distribution aspect to it, I think that would be an appropriate subject for enforcement. But it's not something that you can rule out by some sort of physical configuration of the building at this time. It's the sort of building that is larger. It is a high cube building, which is obviously a considerable additional expense in development of the property. That is not something that a truck terminal user wants or would be willing to pay rent for as part of the expense base of that building. So it's we're starting off with a physical configuration that is efficient for a warehouse and distribution center use and not for a truck terminal use. Again, it's a facility that has loading docks. Truck terminals also have loading docks, but that's not the end of the inquiry. In response to some of the observations that Commissioner Bernstein made, it's not a question of the raw number of loading docks. It very much has to do with the configuration of the building and its optimization for either keeping inventory on site or being involved simply in cross-dock movements on a very efficient basis, which produces the sort of long, thin building that companies in the transportation industry use as their truck terminals.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler?
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Just to add to what Attorney Connor had said, he did kind of allude to the fact that of the 16 similar facilities in South Windsor that we submitted, certainly we feel that this facility is configured very similarly to other facilities in town that this commission has approved as warehouse and distribution centers. And as far as knowing a tenant, not knowing a tenant, recently this commission approved application at 240 Ellington Road. The original application was approved without the tenant being known and disclosed at that time. Subsequent to the original approval, the developer did find a tenant who had specific design needs, who at that time came back for a site plan modification. And to my knowledge, at that point in time, the classification of that facility remained the same as a warehouse and distribution center. And going back to my personal experience in South Windsor with the facilities I've been involved with, none of those have been required to have a special exception to be classified as a trucking terminal.
Okay, why don't you stay there? Thank you for those two answers. This is maybe a more difficult question.
You sure you don't want Attorney Counter to come back up here
He
then?
he can also come back. We'll try you, and then he can, I'm sure he will want to chip in on this one. In connection with application 2136P, the interveners, members of the public, and members of the commission cited extensive research over the past 20 years that facilities such as this, when located this close to residential neighborhoods, can lead to severe health consequences due to noise, particulate matter, and other types of pollution. The applicant has not presented any contradictory information. So if this site plan is approved, either by this commission or because of a denial of we deny it and is remanded back to us from a court appeal, would you state for the record that you intend to build this facility despite this research?
If you give me one moment to confer with the team.
Commissioner Wagner, James Conner, again, for the applicant. The information that was presented in the form of publications without being presented by any expert in the field that we could cross-examine on the subject is first and foremost, in the context of the site plan application, irrelevant. There is nothing in your regulations that requires us to, in any way, regulate those externalities on the site. You know, if you had a special exception regulation that had provisions that required the applicant to meet a burden of proof about certain levels of pollutants, that certainly would be a fair inquiry.
Excuse me. You've already said that before, and I understand what you're saying. Okay. You didn't answer my question.
Yes, I believe my client would build it.
You will build it?
Would build it, yes.
Despite the research. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
There was a comment about the slope of pipes from one of our, I think it was Mr. Holowitz.
Again, Ben Wheeler for the record. So that comment was in reference to a 36-inch pipe that travels across the Carlos Pasta property. As we stated previously in testimony, both for this and the prior application, that pipe was installed on the Carlos Pasta property solely for the acceptance of stormwater runoff from this subject site. It was approved as a part of that application. Obviously, that application underwent review from the various town agencies, including this commission, the Wetlands Agency, the town engineer, and was approved with that slope at that point in time. And obviously, as a part of this application, is subject to the review of those same agencies. And to this point, we have not heard any concern from any of those parties regarding the slope of that pipe. But just to add some numerical data to that, and this is just rough calculations sitting in the audience tonight, but a 36-inch pipe at a 0.33% slope has the carrying capacity of 46 cubic feet per second. For the 100-year storm, which is the largest storm that we designed to, our site is discharging only 21 CFS. So that pipe has more than twice the capacity of what our site will be discharging in a 100-year storm.
Okay, so there were comments about sedimentation building up in the pipe. Just if you'd elaborate on that particular comment.
Sure. So with regards to the plastic pipe, it is a double-walled pipe. And so it is meant to carry under certain design standards, the loading without any deflection in the pipe. Again, as far as sedimentation is concerned, you know, we feel confident that there will not be an issue with our design. Again, it's been reviewed as a part of 2 applications now, as a part of Carlos Pasta and as a part of this. And with the excess capacity, even if there is some sediment buildup, there is still excess capacity in the pipe, you know, that won't impact the flow of the water through that system.
Okay, again for you, there was some question about whether the proper number of trucks was represented in the Langen report. I guess I would ask you to comment on whether you think you have the right number of trucks and why you have a different number than was represented by, I forget which person. Was that Mr. Halozak again?
Just for clarification, the number of trucks indicated in the traffic study?
Yes, the 206 versus over 400.
I will defer to our traffic expert on that question then.
Okay.
Again, for the record, Scott Hesketh. The Langen report and our peer review both relied on the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation report. And we didn't use the 5th edition, we used the 10th edition, which has been updated since the 2016 date of the study, which was handed out to this commission. It is engineering standard here in the state of Connecticut when doing transportation reports that we use the ITE trip generation numbers. We use the average trip generation rates or the or subsequently the regression equation rates. Those are the numbers that we rely upon. The information has been submitted both to town staff and to the Office of the State Traffic Administration. To my knowledge, neither of those entities have brought up anything with regards to the numbers in the report being incorrect. So we believe that the numbers which we're presenting, which is a total of 209 truck trips on a daily basis, which is 105 or 104 entering and 105 or 104 exiting during an average day, is the appropriate number of truck trips to be used for this particular facility.
So your basic comment is that the 2016 numbers are now out of date and the numbers you used are from a later, more current version?
I'm saying there are 5 additional versions of the report, of the ITE report. We're using the most up-to-date version, and we're using the numbers which are the standard practice for traffic engineers in the state of Connecticut. That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Halozak.
For the record, John Halozak, Cody Circle, just need about 30 seconds. Mr. Hesketh is confused. The 5th edition was the parking generation manual from ITE, okay? The study was specifically for high cube warehouses. It was a paper sponsored by ITE that eventually fed the 11th edition and possibly the 10th edition of the trip generation manual. He's conflating the 2.
Thank you. Mr. Butler presented information about turning radii problems in other, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hesketh, you...
well, I'd just like to state that the
sure,
reference to the parking generation study in terms of trip generation is irrelevant. The 2 are different things used for different purposes and present different information. So if I misspoke in indicating that the IT 5th generation trip generation should not have been used, my mistake, but the parking generation report and the trip generation report are completely separate documents providing completely separate sets of data for separate purposes. So one is not correlative to the other.
All right, thank you. Mr. Butler presented significant information about difficulty of trucks maneuvering on site. Would one of you like to comment on that?
For the record, Ben Wheeler, again. Not to repeat myself, but obviously I've been involved with several similar facilities throughout town. We used similar circulation patterns, similar dimensions as other facilities that have been approved by this commission in town. Other facilities that do utilize WB 67 tractor trailers, and all of which seem to be working adequately as far as internal circulation is concerned. So when we take a look at the site design from the start, we do rely on our experience and what has been approved in the past by this commission and have applied it in this case. We have taken a look at the WB 67 movements throughout the internal portion of the site, and we do feel comfortable saying that they can maneuver throughout the site and into and out of the spaces without issue.
What about the comments about turning into Talbot Lane?
From Governor's Highway?
Yes.
We submitted as a part of the record of this application the roadway design standards for South Windsor for the public improvement specs. That intersection, the curb radii on that intersection of Governor's Highway and Talbot Lane appear to meet that. I believe it was a 30-foot radius that is required. So it does meet the public improvement specs as far as that is concerned. And along those lines, again, relying on past history, one of the facilities that I was personally involved with was the expansion of the Carlos Pasta facility right around the corner. This commission, those of you that were members of the commission at that point in time, certainly recall that the tractor trailers, while they certainly utilized Talbot Lane still, a lot of the traffic was shifted over to Nutmeg Road South, and that facility uses WB 67s. And at that point in time, there was no concern about that facility and the tractor trailers making similar movements onto Governor's Highway, on town roads, or to the south at the intersection of Nutmeg Road South and South Satellite Road.
All right, thank you. I guess I'd offer Mr. Butler a chance just to rebut that. Very quickly, please.
Sure, absolutely. So one of the big changes we have is the W62 versus WB67. I don't have the timestamp from the last meeting, but they specifically mentioned and reviewed that the site plan was based on WB62 equipment. Now, all of a sudden, it's based on WB67 because I presented it in an affidavit on Thursday of last week. All right, so as I looked at the site plan, they did make changes to the exit from the site onto Talbot Lane to accommodate a WB67. They mentioned that it would accommodate 2 tractor trailers, one in, one out simultaneously. That will not work, but none of the other angles, turns in the site, as well as the intersection from Governors to Talbot, Talbot to Governors, was modified to accommodate the WB67.
Right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Huskett, I guess, would like to comment.
Yes, again, reference made to the WB62 truck in the last hearing was probably me. WB62 vehicle is the current design standard by the Connecticut Department of Transportation, so we probably did reference that at that time. However, with concerns expressed by the Commission and by others in the public, We did review, the site has been reviewed for a WB 67 vehicle. Some changes were made as indicated on the site plans. The modification of the radius onto Talbot Lane, and the skinnying up of the median island between the in the queuing area, or consequently making the drive aisle wider in that location, was done to facilitate some turning movements. But the WB 67 turning movements have been reviewed throughout the loading dock areas and the parking areas for the trucks, and we're confident that all movements can be made throughout that area.
So, again, you don't know who's going to be moving in, so I think I kind of agree with the people who've said we ought to look at the kind of the worst case. So the worst case is that a tenant coming in might be using W67s, even though your basic idea was that most people would be using W62s. So if you're using W67s, we saw some graphics produced by Mr. Butler that show difficulty making those turns coming out.
Do you have a copy of that testimony? Yeah.
I believe we do. This was included.
Well, first of all, yes, WB 62, again, that's the standard design vehicle by the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Again, the site has been designed for a WB 67 vehicle. I did see the sketches provided by the intervener. He kept referring to the Brosman diagrams. I've been doing traffic engineering for 35 years. I didn't know what Brosman was, so I looked it up. It's a Brazilian company.
It's a what?
It's a Brazilian engineering company.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the standards are for trucks in Brazil. I don't know if the wheel bases, wheel lengths, wheel widths are the same as they are here in the United States, but we use the AASHTO templates, which is what we're required to use here in the state of Connecticut. And those are the templates which were used by Professional Design when they did the layout, and the WB 67 does work throughout the site.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Dexter.
Wait a minute, I think Mr. Wheeler would like to add something.
Yes, I would briefly. Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. And thank you, Commissioner Foley, for providing the diagrams that Mr. Butler submitted today. So a couple of notes to add here. First of all, these were generated, as he mentioned, using swept path movements. As I indicated, we use software produced by Autodesk that does use the WB67 AASHTO simulation. And so, as I testified previously, we believe all the movements work. And a couple of points on these diagrams. Mr. Butler did not have the luxury of the latest set of site plans when he submitted these to you. So as we indicated, the travel lane in the queuing area is now 5 feet wider than the diagrams that he was showing previously. And that was done to facilitate truck movements in that area. And the other thing I want to point out too is his indication of the path leaving a loading dock interfering with tractor trailers in the trailer spaces. Well, certainly those are trailer spaces for a reason. There will only be trailers parked there and not a tractor and trailer inhibiting movement. If there will be, it will only be for a short duration until the trailer is dropped and then the tractor can move out of the way. And with our simulations, you know, that movement can be made without an issue. So I did want to make sure that we clarified those points. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dexter.
No additional questions or concerns, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Viteri?
I have no further questions or concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Carey?
Okay. I just wanted to ask Mr. Wheeler one question.
Just for Commissioner Carey, these microphones work best between 3 and 6 inches from your mouth.
Okay. I just wanted to ask Mr. Wheeler one question. You keep referencing these 16 applications. I apologize. I'm new, so I don't know these things. You said 240 Ellington Road was initially an unknown tenant, and then they knew the tenant. How many of the other 16 were unknown tenants?
I can't speak to all 16 of them because I obviously don't have personal experience with all 16. Of the ones that I have been personally involved with, aside from the 240 Ellington Road, I believe all the others did have a known tenant, even though it may not have been disclosed at the time.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. How many of those 16 were exiting onto a cul-de-sac?
I would have to review those in particular, but I do know there are others that do have their entrances on a cul-de-sac. For instance, FedEx ground on Kennedy Road certainly has its access point on an industrial cul-de-sac similar to this facility. That may be the only one off of my quick review of these 16.
Okay, so not really totally comparable to this one.
Well, they're certainly comparable from a use and type of building standpoint when you're looking at entrance locations. Yes, only one exits onto a cul-de-sac street, but there is one, and it was approved previously by this commission.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. Okay. There's Commissioner Foley.
Mr. Halsick, you had brought up on one of your slides what was presented to the economic, to the EDC, correct? With the number of employees? Do you have that at your disposal?
If you refer to my
It was
letter,
108 for truck drivers.
right, and then there was another 200. So the permanent employees were somewhere between 300 and 308. I did look around for that today on the town website. I don't know if it got taken down for some reason, but it was on the town website when I wrote my previous letter for the previous hearing, and the same little table that's in my letter is also in this PowerPoint presentation, lifted directly from the Goldman and York report.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. All right, Ben, would you step to the podium, please? I believe your assertion you just made a few minutes ago was that when a tractor trailer shows up to drop their load or to be unloaded, that the cab of the truck is going to be removed?
In the trailer spaces. So they are trailer parking spaces meant for the trailer for long-term.
Can you take me through that? What happens? Truck backs up to the loading dock, take it from there.
So if a truck backs up to the loading dock and is not immediately leaving the site, then it will utilize one of the trailer parking spaces. And again, they are trailer parking spaces, so it'll locate an open space, drop the trailer, and then the tractor may pick up another trailer, may leave the site. You know, it's any number of things, but it will not stay with the trailer in that trailer parking space.
So what I'm hearing is that they could switch trailers, they could move to another one that's already loaded and ready to go, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how many tractors are going to stay on the actual trucks? Like when the trucks come in and they are moved to the area for queuing, I believe that's the same amount of area as in front of your loading docks, correct?
The queuing area has an extra 5 feet of width, and obviously does not have the trailer spaces on the opposite side. The other thing to consider is...
Wait a minute, one thing at a time. You said the queuing area has an extra 5 feet in width. In the spaces or what?
Between depth from the tractor trailer queuing space plus the travel lane is a total of 135 feet.
120, okay. So, but those, in the queuing area, the tractors are still going to stay on there, correct?
Correct, but the point of tractors...
You're saying that's 75 feet, no?
Yeah, a tractor and a trailer for a WB67 will take up that 75-foot parking space. So what I'm referring to is on the other side, where the trailer parking spaces are located.
Well, I'm not referring to there, okay? I want to make sure there's adequate turning area everywhere. It just seems, you know, if you got 75 feet and they're pulling out into a 55-foot area, there's going to be some conflict there.
We have run the simulations, and they can make that maneuver even if there's a tractor trailer on each side of it taking up that space. The tractor trailer has to pull straight forward for a period of length to clear, and then it can make that maneuver. It doesn't have to pull straight forward for a full 75 feet before it making the turn.
It seems very tight to me.
You gotta pull the length of the trailer. You're
Microphone.
gonna take the other nose off the other trailer next to it.
If you look at the diagrams provided by Mr. Butler, he shows that it starts turning, the swept path starts turning before it clears the adjacent tractor trailer.
And the ones that I'm looking at, it looks like the truck is pulling out as far as possible and making the turn because it has to.
Well, and again, just to reiterate, those diagrams were based on the previous site plan, which had 5 feet less width with which to maneuver.
5 feet on
Right here.
both.
They took off 5 feet right here off this. This is now 55. We keep getting new drawings the day we show up, so we don't like, again, so right here, there's 5 feet missing here. This
Okay.
is all blacktop.
Ben, can you come here and confirm what Commissioner Foley is sharing with me? And bring your microphone a little closer, Kevin.
Oh, Ben, come here. I think this is what, this is now 55 feet, not 60, you're saying?
Correct.
And this has been encroached, so this truck can,
Correct. There was 5 feet taken out of this island, so that the travel lane is now 5 feet wider than it was in the previous site plans.
Okay. Okay.
In addition, the diagrams that you're looking at, I don't know, the Braze human diagrams, we don't know exactly what they represent. They're not the AASHTO diagrams, and they're probably just static diagrams where they're a picture of a typical movement, and they're not the done on AutoCAD, which is done by drawing the movements through the intersection, and the truck wheels can turn and move the truck in a tighter fashion than the standard overlay figures can operate. So I'm not sure if the
I
diagrams
say
you're
those of
looking
us
at are.
with a CDL don't use AutoCAD when we drive, so I'm just not being a smart guy, but AutoCAD is the perfect world. It's not always a perfect world.
No, but I don't think I don't think you lay a template out on the road either, right? So I'm talking about, for what you're looking at in terms of on the paper, using a static template or using the AutoCAD, you're going to get a better result from the AutoCAD, and I think the drivers can probably do better than the AutoCAD can do in real life as well. So our analysis indicates that the movements can be made, and I would suggest the commission rely on the more accurate representation based on the AASHTO templates and not the Braze human templates, which we're not quite sure what those represent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ben, in the southwest corner of the site, there was a double lane so that trucks, if they ended up pulling down to your gate on the southern side, had the opportunity to back more or less straight up and turn around. How is that accomplished with you moving that curb out for a snow shelf there?
I would like to, I'll answer that, but just for the public records, I want to make sure that everybody's aware of what we discussed when I came to the dais a couple minutes ago. I pointed out to Commissioner Passaconis and Commissioner Foley that the travel lane width in the queuing area for the trucks was increased by 5 feet to 60 feet wide from the previous site plans, which only had 55 feet. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Back to your question, there is still a striped area at the southern end of the trailer spaces to accommodate trucks turning around. It is reduced to just a single space as opposed to a double space. Again, the trucks, even though it's not a straight back-end maneuver like it was before, a WB67 utilizing that full width of the travel lane that remains there can back into that space and make a maneuver to turn around and head back north in the truck court area.
Doesn't that end up resembling a blindside backup with the amount of distance there?
It would certainly be on the blind side of the driver, but again, looking at other facilities and the ones that we've been involved with, I've taken a look at the 16 site plans that we submitted. The only ones that do not have some sort of a blindside back end, either in the loading docks or in the trailer spaces that were provided, are those that do not have trailer spaces. They're just simply loading docks. So any facility like this that provides both, that has been approved by this commission in the past, has allowed blindside back in without concern and to my knowledge without any issue for the internal circulation in the site.
Why only one space when it was 2 on the previous?
Well, you had requested 2 previously. We feel that 1 space, and taking a closer looking at it, 1 space is sufficient, again, for the tractor trailer to pull forward and then back into that space.
Okay, I don't have a CDL, but I think, you know, if you're using a blindside backup, it would be in your best interest to have 2 spaces. I'm not gonna beat it to death. I'm just gonna move on at this point. Is there any kind of sign down in that southwest corner for trucks to not allowed past there, to keep them off that rear circulation road gate? I mean, is it on the print somewhere? No trucks allowed?
If you look at sheet C-SP3, which is number 5 of 30, right outside the gate, there is a sign that says emergency vehicles only. And there is a similar sign at the northern access road as well.
Okay, that's at the gate. Why wouldn't you put that at the end of the drive lane so people see it before they make the turn? Wouldn't that make more sense?
If you feel that that's more appropriate, we'd be happy to make that change.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to review that change that was made, adding, I believe that's a snow shelf there, correct? That where the area was added next in that southwest corner, correct?
It was added as a snow shelf, but as I mentioned, based on Mr. Folger's review, he requested that we remove that as a snow storage area, so we did in this latest set of site plans.
Pardon me? It's not on your site plan now as part of the snow shelf?
It is not shown as a snow storage area at the request of Mr. Folger.
What plan number is that?
C-LS3.
Number what of 30?
I am looking, number 22.
Thank you. Now, you've got that endangered plant that's right in that corner also, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not showing that as a snow shelf. Let's see, okay. So I'm taking it that there's not going to be any snow stored there?
Correct, we're not showing it as a potential snow storage area on this plan.
So then there should be a sign there saying no storage, correct? You're in agreement to that and you're willing to put a sign up there?
If you feel it's appropriate, we'd be happy to provide one.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Foley, microphone. Have you had a chance to look at the snow storage plan?
Yep, and probably wouldn't do half of what they're saying they're gonna do.
Okay. Could you just say that a little clearer into the microphone, please? A little closer, maybe?
So, in that southwest corner where Jeff Folger has indicated the endangered plants, I believe that, is that part of the reason why he doesn't want the snow stack there? Because of the salt and contaminants?
Yeah, that was one of the reasons.
Well, then
he
if
had mentioned.
anything, there would be a chain link fence to prevent a guy with a payloader, because if I was plowing that thing, the snow would be going there. And to be putting snow against the building on the east side, even in the worst of blizzards, you would never stack snow up against a building. You wouldn't cross the sidewalk to do it, because when it melts at night, you would end up with an ice situation on the side of the building. Most cases, you would have to put the snow into the detent pond, and with that would be the contaminants, so,
Well,
on the east side.
I don't believe there's the ability to put it in a detention pond. Correct, Ben?
We're not showing that as a snow storage area.
Correct, but you're not plowing the snow. Once you sign and build this building, you have no control of who's doing the snow plowing. So I'm just saying, from a layman who says, where it says there's no rules, they gotta get rid of the snow because everybody's coming in at 5 o'clock in the morning and a shift change, you're going to the path of least resistance and it's gonna go there. It's just,
We were asked
That's
to
just
show
the- that's the
potential snow
business that-
storage
that's the
areas on the
business
plan,
that it
and,
is.
and we complied with that request.
well,
And
I'm
we
just
feel
telling you,
there's adequate
nobody
snow
will
storage.
ever put snow against a building just for insurance reasons. They will never do that. That's never gonna happen. That's not a capable place. That's never gonna go there. And if on that southwest corner, you have to use chain link fence or everybody's gonna stack it right in that corner, so that's a guarantee.
Like, how big a snowstorm are you gonna be able to handle with the amount of snow shelf that you've shown?
We didn't make that calculation. As far as I know, there is nothing in your regulations that says that the snow storage areas have to accommodate a certain snowstorm level. It just has to show potential snow storage areas.
Okay, but the regulation does say acceptable plan, correct?
Yes, and comparing this again to other facilities, we feel that we are comparable to providing snow storage to other facilities.
I've never seen a facility that we've approved where the snow shelf is this small. Just looking at it, I don't think it's adequate. And with that, I'll move on. There was some testimony from a resident by letter, I believe, talking about the snow bar. I had brought that up at the beginning of the application to clear snow off the top of the trucks. Could you just give us an indication of if you're going to have any type of snow bar to clear snow for safety purposes?
There is not one proposed on the plan at this point. I believe we stated as a part of the prior application, which is now incorporated into this record, if when the tenant is finalized and determined, if they do require one, then obviously it would require a site plan change order or a site plan modification to be approved by staff and the commission.
Okay. I had made note that I didn't feel your berm was high enough in your proposal to remove the activity on site from view. Have you considered raising that berm?
The buffer regulations do not require that the activity be completely removed from view. In 6.2.4B, the standards for buffers, it says that the field of view between abutting residential and non-residential uses zones shall be obscured visually within 5 years' time to such an extent that activity on the abutting lot is not immediately apparent. And then Part B of that is the field of view between abutting residential and non-residential uses and zones shall be substantially obscured visually by the maturity of planting. Neither one of those situations states that it has to be completely obscured. As I have testified before, we believe that the buffer as designed does meet the intent of those regulations.
Okay, and I believe there's language in there that talks about the activity and I'll have to look at the exact language on that. I'm gonna have to look at my notes for exactly what I was looking for. Thanks, Steve. I got my phone. Okay, what was some testimony about you showing a sidewalk for the reserved parking. Can you elaborate on that? Are you gonna put a sidewalk in there for the people to get safely in if?
We can show a sidewalk associated with those reserved parking spaces to be built in the future with the reserved parking. But we do believe that based on our calculations and based on the amount of parking provided here compared to other facilities, again, approved in town, that the likelihood of those parking spaces getting built is very, very low. When you compare this facility to the Home Depot facility that was recently built, a much larger facility. That facility, I believe, only has 63 auto parking spaces. Now, granted, that's specific to that tenant, but it just goes to show that based on comparing this to other facilities in town, we do feel that we are providing adequate parking. Aldi is another example of a facility similar to this,
Okay,
bigger.
thank you, Ben, because I've got other things, it's getting late. Pedestrian walkways. Have you looked at section 6.7.2 of the designs? Pedestrian ways and sidewalks shall provide safe separations or delineation from motor vehicle traffic through the use of raised sidewalks and/or landscaping between sidewalks and parking spaces and or drive aisles. The sidewalk or pathway that's listed on the east side of the building, are there raised sidewalks to protect people walking on those walkways?
The walkway immediately parallel to the building on the east side is raised. It is a curbed walkway.
Right. What about the ones that transverse the parking lot itself?
You're talking about the crosswalks and not the sidewalks?
Well, the
those
crosswalks are out in the main road, but there's people that are, there's a whole line that's shown on the print, correct?
I want to make sure I'm clear. You said sidewalks.
Okay, the walkways. Pedestrian ways,
Okay.
which would be those aisles, correct?
The painted crosswalks?
How about I pull out the print and we'll look at it that way, Ben?
If you're referring to the painted crosswalks, they are not proposed to be raised at this time. They are flush with the surrounding pavement.
That's what the regulations require.
Can you point me to the specific regulation?
Yes, 6.7.2, pedestrian standard design, or pedestrian design standards, A1, which is on page 6-30.
So that particular regulation says pedestrian ways and sidewalks shall provide safe separation or delineation from motor vehicle traffic through the use of raised sidewalks. It does not say raised crosswalks. The sidewalk adjacent to the building is raised from the
Pedestrian ways and sidewalks. Ways and sidewalks.
I understand, but it says through the use of raised sidewalks.
Yeah.
It does not say that it's required to have raised crosswalks. There is, in the vernacular of
Are you saying that's a whole crosswalk there, all the way across the parking lot?
there are painted crosswalks as designated on the site plan.
Yep.
And there are concrete sidewalks that are also designated on the site plan. The concrete sidewalks are raised except for to provide ADA access to the building, as is allowed in the regulations. They are raised with a 6-inch curb to protect them from the adjacent vehicular ways. The painted crosswalks are not raised. They are just painted to provide a demarcation for pedestrian crossings. So again, the regulation says that through the use of raised sidewalks and not raised crosswalks.
Okay, well, I'm still looking at pedestrian ways and sidewalks as being treated equally. I'll also go to number 7 of that section on the next page. Pedestrian ways and sidewalks may be provided whenever possible for connections to adjacent lots, developed or undevelopable, or neighborhoods. Maintenance of public sidewalks, including clearing of snow, shall be the responsibility of the property owner. Pedestrian ways internal to the site should connect to the public sidewalk at the street. So my thought is you've got a lot of pedestrian traffic, or the possibility that could have conflicts with all this traffic on Governor's Highway, and people living down the street might be walking to work. I believe you need to provide them safe access, and you need to provide a sidewalk on Governor's Highway. Whenever possible, for connections to adjacent lots or neighborhoods. And there are sidewalks east of your proposed warehouse. So I will not only be looking for a level path, I will be looking for sidewalks out there on Governor's Highway. I see Attorney Connor is here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I'd like to place in the record a memo I prepared on the subject of the absence of a public sidewalk requirement in the I zone. Section 6.7 was added to the regulations in 2017. It is applicable in the zone. Other provisions.
Could you speak into the microphone? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Other provisions of the zoning regulations dealing with sidewalks are applicable only in particular zones other than the I zone, or deal with separation of certain design features from the term public sidewalks. In paragraph 7, it provides for pedestrian ways and sidewalks may be provided wherever possible for connections to adjacent lots, developed or undevelopable, or neighborhoods. I believe that we have shown a possible connection in the southwest corner to an existing recreational pedestrian path through the industrial park and possibly connecting to some of the town's open space land. The phrases may and should are not typically construed as being mandatory. When this provision was adopted in 2017, the minutes of the commission's meeting was paraphrased in the staff report in the following terms. Pedestrian standards addresses adding adding walkways from parking areas into buildings, and also the design of walkways to ensure that they provide maximum safety. The regulation encourages the incorporation of decorative materials, raised paver and or pavement markers to delineate walkways, and the use of signage as appropriate. There are also provisions requiring interconnection to adjacent lots where appropriate, as well as providing a connection to a public sidewalk when available. In addition, the staff report and the new regulations in 2017 characterized the relationship between the plan of conservation and development and the proposed regulations in the following terms. In the transportation section of the plan of conservation and development, one of the goals, implement more biking and walking options, states the zoning regulations could be updated to require new commercial development to provide pedestrian infrastructure and bicycle parking if located in priority areas. Existing commercial development should be encouraged to make improvements to better attract pedestrian and bike traffic. The text amendment will forward this goal. Note that the goal described concerns commercial development, not industrial. Further, Governor's Highway and Talbot Lane are not priority areas for pedestrian infrastructure in the POCD. The sole commissioner comment noted in the minutes was the following. Commissioner Wagner spoke in support of the amendment and asked if it was the right place to require new subdivisions and commercial properties to provide bike paths. Director Leip indicated the language had already been added to the subdivision regulations. This question did not directly relate to public sidewalks. It's possible the minutes do not exactly reflect Commissioner Wagner's question or the director's reply. The actual subdivision regulations amendments dealt primarily with sidewalks and not bike paths. I won't get into the full detail of the subdivision regulations, which were amended around the same time, but we don't interpret the regulations to require creating a public sidewalk alongside any industrial properties. Having said that, I think that one of the things that is shown on the plan and was covered in some more detail in the 2021 application, whose record is being incorporated into the record of this application, is that we are grading along Governor's Highway in the event that there is a future public works in the event there is a future public works initiative to create a sidewalk system. At this point, building the sidewalk on Governor's Highway would be a sidewalk to nowhere at either end. But we are willing to do the preliminary steps that would be conducive to having the town later develop a sidewalk system by doing that grading, and also, as you've seen in the plans, to have a walkway connecting our parking lot to the right of way of the public street.
Okay, I still stand by what I said. I think we will have to agree to disagree. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, does anybody else have anything they would like to bring forward?
I have one very quick question.
Sure.
For either the town planner or the town engineer. At the last session of this hearing, I asked about whether the police are willing to put up signs that prevent trucks from turning left into Talbot Lane. I went out to the site again and again, but the sign that's there now only limits left turn or right turns from tractor trailers. But my question was, can we put up additional signs, and can the police enforce, are they willing to enforce the kind of signs that would prevent trucks getting into Talbot Lane, going back and forth to Talbot Lane, coming through that residential section?
I'll try and answer that. I don't think that would practically work, and I don't think it would be enforceable. I mean, signs could be put up. I don't think they'd be enforceable.
So the existing sign is not enforceable?
That's what we've been told.
Thank you. I guess.
Okay, commissioners, we have taken in a lot of information here. Need to know how you feel about that. I mean, I think we got more paperwork given to us tonight than we have the whole rest of the application. If you don't feel you've had adequate time to review that, our only option would be to ask the applicant for an extension. Otherwise, we should close the public hearing tonight. If we don't ask for that extension or get that extension. What is your feeling, Commissioner Foley?
I feel as though between, representing the client and the intervener, I think I've got all the information and the questions answered.
Okay.
On my end.
Everybody feel that way?
I've got enough.
What's that?
I think I've received enough information.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I'm going to ask for closing comments. If the intervener has anything that they would like to rebut, please step forward.
Good evening again. For the record, my name is Derek Butler from 596 Governor's Highway. Just a couple of quick things. The Brashuman Corp. uses the ASSHTO turn ratios and designed vehicle descriptions for sizes and dimensions. The WB62, I heard a comment that it's not the standard for today, but the WB67s are 6 out of 9 tractor trailers that are on the road today. As mentioned, even though there's an additional 5-foot buffer in that queuing area, if you take a look at the diagrams that I provided, even the 5 feet is not enough. If you take a look at the diagrams for the space in between the loading dock and the adjacent parking space, even if there were just trailers parked there, it's still not enough room to make the turn to get out of the dock with trucks and trailers parked beside you. What was just described to the commission sounded like to me a trailer drop yard. trailer drop yard where you've got more activity with tractors, dropping trailers, hooking up to trailers. And it really describes what happens in a terminal when you are switching modes of transportation from rail to international overseas containers to road trucks. And based on that, I feel that this site should be tagged terminal, based on the drop yard description that was just given a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to make a final statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the applicant, I would like to make some closing remarks. As I pointed out before, this application presents the Commission one ultimate question. Does the applicant's site plan meet all the requirements of the South Windsor zoning regulations concerning the warehouse and distribution center use and accessory uses shown on the plan applicable to the I industrial zone? The requirements of your regulations fall into the categories of use, traffic requirements, area, density, and dimensional requirements, and the Article 6 site development regulations as applicable. Yeah, in each case, the regulations apply as they existed on the date the application was filed. We have, on this application, asked design professionals to include a lengthy, itemized narrative description going through the regulations that are applicable to this application in sequence and explaining in narrative terms how the application complies. In addition to that, with regard to other issues that have come up in the course of this application where we have made adjustments to the plan, we have provided the testimony on traffic of John Plant of Langen, Scott Hesketh of Hesketh, F.A. Hesketh and Associates. His colleague, Dave Ziax, also testified at one of our virtual hearings on those issues. I don't know if we actually called upon him to testify, but we also had the participation of Maximo Polanco of Langen. And I think that between these four traffic engineers, you probably have something in excess of 100 years of experience in doing traffic engineering and designing commercial and industrial projects. I think that their testimony satisfies any concept of the substantial evidence rule with regard to what would be required for the commission to make a favorable finding with regard to the satisfaction of the various requirements concerning the movements of traffic on the site and at the site driveway on both the one that's gotten all the attention, the truck driveway on Talbot Lane, as well as the passenger vehicle driveway on Governor's Highway. I'd like to say a brief word on the subject of the intervention petitions. I just wanted to note that the applicant does not necessarily agree with the characterization of air pollution issues as being something that can be covered by applicants, but not by interveners on this commission's regulations as they apply in the industrial zone. As I've pointed out in the past, under the precedent of State Traffic Commission versus Nazardo, the ability of an agency that receives an intervention petition to consider environmental issues is limited to things that are already within the commission's purview, and that is a principle that has been extended to require an analysis of what's in the regulations, notably in the case of the appellate court case of Keyser versus the Zoning Commission of Reading. There is nothing in your regulations for the I zone that, as I think I mentioned in response to one of Commissioner Wagner's questions, that requires any showing with regard to limitation of air pollution. So going back to the summary, this is a site plan application. It is for a particular use that is provided for in your regulations of a warehouse and distribution center. The statements of the persons appearing in opposition to the project that it is something else are not part of the proper analysis of whether the application is to be granted or not. It is not a special exception application. There are no waivers requested. It is that the subdivision regulations do not come into play, notwithstanding the fact that there was a prior subdivision of a portion of the site. So consequently, the applicant submits that it has met each and every requirement of your regulations. In that regard, that the subject of other possible users as being an issue, or the commission being somehow limited in its ability to grant an approval prior to the time that it knows who the final user of the facility would be, is something that runs contrary to one of the bedrock principles of zoning law in Connecticut, which is referred to as the use, not user rule. Some of the leading cases on that are Reed versus Zoning Board of Appeals, Dinan versus Zoning Board of Appeals, Builder Service Corp versus Planning and Zoning Commission, and Gangemi versus Zoning Board of Appeals, which is a particularly important case that appears at 255 Connecticut 143, decided by the State Supreme Court in 2001. The local land use agency does not have the ability either to control to whom a property owner sells their property or leases their property, or can require that that a developer identify an end user. This is a spec project. I believe on the prior application, I spent a little time discussing how the development cycle, including some of the applications that have to be made to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and elsewhere, involve a development cycle time that practically necessitate that it be a spec project, because typical end users of this type of facility want to know a date certain for being able to break ground on the facility. And due to the timeline that we experience in running the gauntlet of land use and environmental applications in Connecticut, that time period is an extended one, and is a great practical impediment to being able to identify an end user for this type of facility until after the approvals have been obtained. Nonetheless, the applicant over a year ago was willing to make a substantial investment in this site. Has made an even at this point an even larger investment in the design process and in the approval process, and these are reasonable expectations with regard to being able to develop a property for a site plan use on premises that have been in the same zoning designation now for decades. I think that we've traced back the original zoning of this parcel as being part of the larger I zone for at least 40 years. So that some of the rules that I've made reference to, some of the cases having to do with the limitations on commission authority, some of our statutes like Section 82H that lock in regulations at the time that an application is filed, are all there to protect the essential property rights of people who want to buy and develop and use property in their reasonable investment-backed expectations, and not to be subjected to Monday morning quarterbacking about what might have been a better district to put to impose on this land, or what might be a tighter scheme of controls for land in that district. As part of conducting these hearings on the part of my client, I've also gotten to listen to the Commission's proceedings on other applications, such as the application for the residential zoning moratorium. And I paid particular attention to the chairman's remarks there that the Commission has to live with the regulations that it has at the time, and that the purpose of something like a moratorium is to be able to take a step back and to consider if the regulations you have are the regulations you really want, but that as the law stands, the regulations you have are the regulations that you have to apply. So with that, I will submit the checklist that I referred to of the itemized provisions of the zoning regulations that design professionals prepared. That is their checklist of compliance.
Oh.
Okay, I might have a...
Mr. Connor, while that's being circulated, the intervener had suggested, and if they are successful with their petition, for feasible and prudent alternatives to have the site or the building be smaller would be a feasible and prudent alternative to the current application. Would the applicant like to suggest any possible alternatives that you'd like to present in case the Commission finds in favor of the intervener?
Well, it's our position that there is not an intervention petition that has been introduced in which the allegations have been proven in order to show that there is a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable harm to the land, to the air, water, or other natural resources of the state, so that the applicant is not proposing any alternatives to its application other than with regard to some of the items where we've indicated in the hearing tonight that we're willing to make some adjustments, additional signage, and of course recognizing that among the powers of a commission that in processing a site plan application is the power to make a modification of the site plan application to make it comply with the regulations. But we are not, the applicant is not entertaining some sort of downsized plan or multiple building plan or some of the things that I don't think have been in the record here, but were at one point I think placed by interveners in the record at the Inland Wetlands Agency. So the short answer is no, we don't have any plan for any alternative project for the site.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I asked. Okay, staff, is there anything else? Intervener, anything else? Okay, and applicant, you're all set? And commissioners, you're all set? Then I'll declare the public hearing closed at 11:30 p.m. and I believe that's going to conclude our meeting for tonight. So we're done. Good night, everybody. Thank you.